we have presentations this morning. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I don't have a gavel still, so we're going to use these candles. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to our second week. We have a bunch of presentations in front of us today, as well as a school funding formula presentation from the DOE this afternoon. We have several folks who will be coming before us from the special education and disabilities world. We have a pretty exciting morning. I do have to say that unfortunately I will have to leave the meeting around 10:30 because I have the distinct pleasure of one of my oldest and dearest childhood friends is getting married today. And so she asked me to be her witness, and we're going down to the water, and it's just gonna be a ceremony with about 4 of us. So you'll see me zoom out. The committee will be in the capable hands of Representative Brennan. So if anything goes wrong, just blame him. But with that, since it is Monday, we actually do still have a poem to start the day off. Representative Brennan actually brought this one to my attention. It was in the Sunday Telegram. And it's actually written by Gary Lawless, who is a business constituent of mine. Gulf of Maine Books has been sort of one of the hearts of Brunswick's downtown community. And so this is a poem by Gary called Welcome Home. And it says it's for Leonard Mazelman. What is the face of America? Granite, limestone, rock face, upthrust delta rich, soil and deep forest, swift rivers flowing, deep ice and first peoples. Where are the borders, mountain, river, glacier's edge, everything moving. Wind, water, night, sky, stars, great flocks flying, great schools swimming, great herds moving, crossing, touching the edge of ice, seeds on the breeze, in sunlight, put your roots down and you are welcome here. Thank you for finding that, Representative Brennan. It's a really
great poem.
Portrait. We do have Representative Millett joining us, and with that, I think we will kick things off with introductions. To begin with, I am Senator Maddie Daughtry. I represent the Senate District 24, which represents the communities of Harpswell, Brunswick, Freeport, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I will introduce my co-chair, Representative Brennan.
Hi, I'm Representative Michael Brennan. I represent District 36, which is part of Portland.
And Senator Rafferty is chairing labor, so we do not have him with us this morning, but Senator Woodson.
Good morning, Dave Woodson, District 33, Southern Maine, Southwestern Maine.
Representative Crockett.
Good morning, everyone. Representative Ed Crockett from District 43, which is part of Portland and part of Falmouth.
Representative Dodge.
Good morning, everyone. Jan Dodge, House District 97, representing Belfast, Northport, and Waldo. Good morning, and thank you for being with us.
Representative Lyman.
Sheila Lyman, representative for District 74, J. Livermore Falls, and part of Livermore. Good morning.
Representative McCray.
Yes, good morning. I'm Representative Dave McCray. I live in Fort Fairfield up in the central part of Aroostook County, and I represent 9 communities up here and happy to be with you.
Representative Millett, not Millett. I had to do it at least once.
You can do that as often as you'd like. I will not object. Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Rebecca Millett. I represent House District 30, which is most of Cape Elizabeth, and I'm delighted to have power back.
Woohoo! Representative Roach.
Representative Tim Roach, District 7 Wells.
Representative Salisbury.
Good morning. I'm Representative Sue Salisbury, and I represent House District 35, which is part of Westbrook.
Representative Sampson.
Good morning. I'm Heidi Sampson from District 21. That's Alfred, Limerick, Shapley, Newfield, and Parsonsfield.
And we're excited to have Representative Stearns back with us this week.
Good morning. My name is Paul Stearns. I represent House District 119, which consists of around a dozen towns in the unorganized territories of Piscataquis County.
And with that, we're going to jump right in. We have MADSAC joining us this morning for a presentation. I will let them go over their acronym, but we have Jill Adams, Timothy O'Connor, Deb Murphy, and Gay McDonald joining us. And hopefully I did not massacre anyone's names. Let's see. Okay, Ms. Adams, do we have everyone here? Looks like we should be all set. Okay, Ms. Adams, whenever you're ready, we're ready for you to take it away, and welcome. Oh, you're on mute.
All these new things to learn. Good morning, everyone. I was wondering if we could share the screen with
Absolutely.
me,
Go right ahead.
please. Hopefully I can pull up the right documents.
No worries.
Nope. Choo, choo, choo. Can you see it?
Not yet.
No. Okay. Well, let me see here. I think I have to pull this over to here somehow. This is always a process for me.
No
It's
worries.
pinned. It's pinned, but it's not working.
And you're pressing the green share screen button and it's not popping
I
up.
am. Just a moment. I know you have it.
Perfect. Now we can see your desktop.
There we are. Ta-ta.
Yay.
Ta-ha.
It wouldn't be a Monday without some tech glitches. So.
Oh, a part of it is the person running it at this point. I'm still learning this whole new virtual piece. So thank you all. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, and the esteemed colleagues of the committee. I have put together just a short, very short PowerPoint to look at MADSAC and then to look at how COVID has sort of affected special education here in the state of Maine. I have also brought with me 3 special educators who are officers in MADSAC, one from Southern Maine, Central Maine, and more Northern Maine. So that'll give you an idea if you have questions about specific areas, how things are happening in different places, because as we well know, different school systems here in Maine have different resources and different staff and do things differently at different times. And closures have been different in different places. So it's been a variety of things have been happening. So let me see. All right. MADSAC is a nonprofit membership, and we're an association for the special ed administrators across the state of Maine. We have members from public schools. We have members from public charter schools. We have members from special purpose private schools. We have members from the 60-40 private schools, which I think everybody sort of explained what that was the other day. We also have members from the child development system. Their site directors are also members of our association. We have a MADSAC staff, which consists of myself, Jill Adams, the executive director, and I have a part-time administrative assistant. That is our staff. We run on a small budget. So, trying to get it to work here. Whoops. These are our officers. And I'm not going to read through them all, but they go geographically across the state. And we have 6 officers. And then region, MADSAC has 13 regional groups across the state, similar to the Superintendent's Association, except we have more of them. And those regional groups have a person that comes to our representative board monthly. That is our board of directors. And all of the officers and representative board members are volunteers, and the organization could not run without them. They receive no monetary compensation for being officers or members of MADSAC. This is our mission statement, and you all have it, so I'll let you read it rather than reading it to you. One of the things we are very proud of, though, is that we advocate for the right of all students to receive a free and appropriate public education. We also provide a lot of professional development throughout the year. It's been a little different this year, doing things virtually. Usually we have a large fall conference and a large conference in June. Some of those had to be done a little differently. We also do ongoing training every year for new special ed administrators. We also just actually this Wednesday, we will finish up, I think, our third or fourth training on some reading interventions for special education teachers and educational technicians. So I believe we, through that, have done 90 teachers in one group of people, and then another 60 on another type of training. So, and then we also, of course, work with the legislature. So, just a little background on special education. Special education really got off the ground in 1975 with PL 94-142, which was the Education of All Handicapped Children Act. And some of us that have been around as long as I have remember that. It really was to give students an opportunity to be in public schools, because many students with disabilities before that were considered an inconvenience to come to school and were not allowed to attend. So that was the start in 1975. Currently, we have a federal statute that was passed in 2004, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which I'm sure many of you know is IDEA. The regulations federally for that were passed in 2006. So special education is technically about 45 years old here in the state of Maine, which is really young for any kind of piece this large in the field of education. So there are lots of changes still occurring all of the time. One of the things that also happens is we get guidance from both the U.S. Office of Special Education Programs and the Office of Civil Rights. That comes out quite frequently to us, and we need to stay on top of it. At the state level, we have regulations that are called the Maine Unified Special Education Regulations. They started off, if you go back as far as I do, probably with about 25 pages, if that. We are now at 245 pages. So there's a lot for everybody to learn. It's a real learning curve sometimes in the area of special ed to make sure we are in compliance with all the regulations, both federal and state. The last time we revised those rules, which you do as a legislature, was in 2017. We also get guidance from the Maine Department of Education. We had huge guidance this last week. I don't know if you are all aware that we are now going to do special education through the age of 22, up to 22. So that's going to be a huge change for us. We are certainly gearing up and trying to figure out what that's going to look like and how we can provide that the best we can for students out there. Because more of the same for 2 more years of school is not going to really be appropriate. We need to really look at some programming changes. The other piece that really affects us is case law. Those court cases that take place across the country and even at the Supreme Court level, they have a real effect on how we interpret all of these laws and regulations that we have. So that's just to give you a little background on special education. So March 15th, 2020, the world changed as we knew it. COVID-19 struck. So we had lots of questions about that in special ed. All of a sudden, the schools were closed. But what would free, appropriate public education then look like for students with disabilities? Documents and webinars became a huge part of our life. We were reading everything we could get our hands on. We were attending webinars put on by our national associations and by the state. Documents arrived from the Office of Civil Rights, OSEP, the Special Ed Office. Student privacy became a real issue. How are we going to do virtual and still have privacy and make sure every student's rights are taken care of? So trying to get clarity was difficult at times around this. So schools began to plan how to service children with disabilities, always putting the safety of both children and staff first. So I have to say, I get to meet on a regular basis with directors from other states, and we are very lucky here in the state of Maine. We are in school compared to a lot of, I just read an article this morning on California, and they are still not in school in person. I don't think everybody that's here in the state of Maine realizes that there are a lot of states where they are not in person or have the option to be in person. But I want to thank the Maine Department of Education. We've been supported and we've been part of the conversations. We were included in conversations around reopening the schools. Educators have been provided professional development free. The MDOE has had office hours for our educators, including special education. That was extremely helpful in the beginning. They were able to tune in once a week, and there were special educators at the department that were on the other end, and they could ask questions and get clarification. The MDOE Special Services Director has met virtually with all the special ed administrators across the state weekly, and that is still continuing. We do that on a weekly basis for an hour, and then she sends out lots of information to us to follow up with that. There have been meetings held with the school psychologists and other related service providers. They've had to really swing into action in a different way as well. And as educational associations, we have met with the commissioner and members of her team weekly. In the beginning, it was twice a week, once on a Sunday. I remember that well, 5 o'clock on Sundays. So that has been very helpful. I'd also like to thank the Maine Parent Federation. I don't know if you are all aware, but there is a parent group in every state, and they meet with their partners in other states as well. And they have, the folks here in Maine have provided updates and information to parents of students with disabilities. And they have invited us to those webinars as well. So parents are getting the same message from folks, which I think is extremely, extremely important. We're not always in agreement. Everybody's not always in agreement because we're building this plane as we go along. But at least we're all collaborating to get the message out there. So we started building the plane while we're flying it, and we're still flying it and still building it. And I just tried to notate different things that we've had to look at. We've looked at FERPA compliant platforms for remote learning. FERPA is our Federal Education Rights and Privacy Act for all students. We've done synchronous and asynchronous learning. That was a new one for me. I had to even learn the definitions to make sure we were trying to figure out the right things. Masks have been a whole new thing. Who has to follow what? Masks for teachers of the deaf. Okay, we're talking about students that have to read lips. How are we going to do this? New behavior plans to teach wearing masks. And how do we do this with children with sensory issues? Those are only just a few of the things we've had to try to figure out. teletherapy for related service providers, speech, OT, PT, counseling, in-person, hybrid models, remote learning, choice of in-person and remote. We have teachers, we have some parents that have chosen, even though school's in person, to keep their student home, possibly for medical reasons or other reasons. But so we are offering special education remotely to those students. At the same time, we're trying to do the in-person for other students, which makes scheduling sometimes what I would say almost a nightmare to try to figure out. We have a new acronym. Special ed is well known for all their acronyms. We have a new one called Individualized Remote Learning Plan. That's when all of a sudden the school goes to remote. In many cases, a student has a plan that looks a little differently than their IEP. It's usually the same services, but how are we going to deliver it in a different way? And how are we going to make sure that we keep the communication with parents happening? Continual data collection and documentation. That's really important. We need to make sure students are still making progress. And if they're not, how we're going to make some changes. All of a sudden, we're doing virtual individual education plan team meetings. Parents are coming on whatever system they can use so that we can do things virtually and keep up to speed. That has been, actually, I have had reports from directors, which is very interesting, that we have more parents in attendance because of the virtual system of being able to attend an IEP meeting. They don't have to leave work. They can do it on their lunch hour, or they can do it in the comfort of their home and don't have to travel. So there are some things that we may keep after all of this is over, if it ever gets totally over. Virtual evaluations. Are they valid and reliable? There's a lot of information out there. We still have to do child find. We still have to do evaluations. So we are really looking at, are there other ways we can do it than in person if a school's remote for a month or for 2 or 3 weeks, because that may be in the middle of when that evaluation needs to be completed. Teaching behaviors in a remote setting, very different. All this is happening while many staff are on their own roller coaster of emotion. That has been an issue. We have had some real shortages in staff. Some staff can only do things remotely. Some staff have children of their own at home. We're working around childcare issues. Some staff have elderly parents or others at home that are sickly, that we have to watch out for that. So that has become an issue for us. Communication with parents and other staff working with students. We have to do that in a different way if we're not in school. We have to do it remotely. We have to figure out how we're going to do it. We have to determine if some students require more in-person services than others, and to do that equitably. We have some schools that are in hybrid, where the students come, some students come Monday, Tuesday, other students come Thursday, Friday. Some of our special ed students, usually by a decision of the IEP team meeting, come all 4 days because of their needs. What to do if a child is not progressing? Do we go back to IEP? Do we try something different? What do we have to do? Providing an enough and the correct PPE. For some of our students, some of our folks have to be totally garbed up, and they have to have the higher risk masks. Some of our students have issues where they can't wear a mask, or they can't wear a mask that protects, or they have breathing issues. We have many different issues we have to deal with. During the summer, we had to provide extended school year services, some remotely, some in person. Broadband and devices. That's a major issue, not just for regular ed, but for special ed. Assistive technology for access. Some of our students cannot access in the usual way, so we have to figure out assistive technology. Teaching parents has become something that we're doing more and more regularly, et cetera, et cetera. So keeping staff safe and their morale up is so important. We cannot do this job without them. I want to thank all of them. They have been amazing. Has everything been perfect? Certainly not. There have been many bumps, in the road. Some the same across the state, some area specific. Staffing is a major issue everywhere. Doing both remote and in person is very overwhelming for the staff. Scheduling can be a nightmare. In special education, we have an ongoing staffing shortage that has only increased with the pandemic. This is going to be our next piece that we're going to have to deal with. It's coming pretty quickly. Something called compensatory education or COVID impact recovery. There's been, I don't know, probably 10 different names for this along the way. So this is what the next step for special ed may be. We're going to have to be able to provide a free, appropriate public education to a child, or are we going to have to provide something different or more due to the services that occurred during the pandemic? If a child, for whatever reason, could not access their services during the pandemic, are we going to have to fill in with extra services or different kind of services? What are we going to have to do? Did the child make progress, and was it enough progress? This is a very simplified version of a very legal issue we're going to have to deal with. Currently, the disputes are beginning in other states around this. You know, the hope is that in most cases, we have been able to provide a free, appropriate public education for the students with disabilities, but some students do have a really hard time accessing remotely services. So let me see where I am here. I think I'm almost at the end. So here again is my contact information. I've also given you my cell phone because right now, sometimes I'm in the office, sometimes I'm not. And we don't have the luxury of having it forwarded, although you can leave me a message and I can get my messages. And also the best way to reach me always is by email, and let me know what is a good time to contact you. I would like to introduce the other folks from MADSAC that are on this call, if that would be possible for you folks, in case you have specific questions for districts. Let me get out of stop sharing here so I can see everybody and see who's on. Tim, let's see, is Deb Murphy is here, and Deb Murphy is the director in RSU2, which covers, I think, 3 different counties, doesn't it, Deb? You have 5 towns, 3 different counties, though. So when you come out with that county thing of all the different colors, sometimes her counties are different colors according to where the schools are, which makes it interesting. Deb is the president of MADSAC, and her areas are around Central Maine. She has Richmond, Monmouth, Dresden, I'm going to forget some, Hollowell, and Farmingdale.
And Monmouth.
And Monmouth, right. Thank you, Deb. I should ask you guys to do this. Tim, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Good morning. Tim O'Connor, Director of Special Education in RSU 57, which is the Alfred, Lyman, Waterboro, Limerick, Newfield, and Shapley area.
Which is York County, which has been in yellow for just about the whole time, Tim, haven't you?
Yep, feels that way.
Gay?
Good morning. My name is Gay McDonald. I'm the director for RSU 67, and that's Chester, Lincoln, Mattawamkeag area, a little bit above Bangor and the Penobscot County.
So, do you want to do questions?
So, Ms. Adams, thank you very much. That was, no matter how many presentations I listen to about special education, there's always another piece to it and another acronym to kind of pick up. So thank you very much. And now we'll turn to questions from the committee, and Representative Sampson had her hand raised, Senator Woodson, and Representative Millette. So we'll go in that order. So Representative Sampson.
Thank you, Representative Brennan. And Ms. Adams, thank you. And I would concur with what Representative Brennan just said. I mean, of all the times I've listened, it's like you learn a new piece. The question I have, because, and maybe this is something Tim O'Connor can actually address, but I want more, just sort of the bird's eye view. I don't need to get into the granular piece right now. We'll be dealing with that more later. But I represent the district that he is in, and I have constituents that have reached out to me all summer. And more specifically, my question is pertaining to the child or the children who really need physical, hands-on work. And if they don't get it, they physically regress. And I can think of a specific situation where the child was walking, was talking, now is unable to. And I've seen them when I was knocking on doors. I was horrified. Tried to advocate for this particular family and just got lip service. What is it that you all, what is it that you all are doing regarding situations like that? You can't do physical therapy on Zoom. And if there are service providers who are willing to work with a child, why can they not work with a child? If really this is, we're looking at the big picture. We're talking about the well-being of children. When a child regresses to the point where they're literally unable to do anything anymore, that to me is collateral damage, and I don't think it's acceptable. So I'll stop there because I get really wound up about this issue. What would you have to say, and what are you all doing, and how are you advocating for this?
Sure. Yeah, I think Jill really summed it up nicely when she said it's a roller coaster. That's what it feels like when we're trying to navigate all of the different things that get thrown our way. I can speak specifically to the RSU. We're in a unique position in the sense that we have invested a lot of the funds that we received through the COVID funds and the relief into our technology, given the size of our district, and it meets the needs for remote. But to get to your point around the services, in our situation, we have really taken a very individualized approach, which of course is our work. I think a major thing that we've seen this year has been a lot of parental consultation. A lot of times we're making plans, especially for kids who are who are working remotely, either due to being ill. We've had to really operate in a triage mode, because we're not operating that if a classroom gets ill or staff get ill, that we shut the whole building down. We're shutting off what we need to shut off, and we're taking it kind of case by case in order for other kids to remain in school. We've had that situation happen in a couple of buildings where we were fortunate enough to have our FLS students remain in school for a couple weeks longer than another group that had to go out who could operate remotely. So we've been fortunate there. However, we've had to still operate where our most vulnerable students and impaired students we've had to shut down. We've been lucky to not have to shut it down completely, though. We've made adjusted schedules so they could still come in. We're actually operating right now with a situation where we were down staffing due to a COVID impact, and rather than shutting the entire program down, we did an every other day schedule so kids could still come in and get their PT, OT, speech. We have certain students, again, if they can handle it, that they will go on remote. We've got a few plans for our PT provider who provide consultation to families who are comfortable providing PT exercises at home with their students. We have some students that absolutely it's not appropriate, they can't manage that, and we make plans to kind of make up that time. One thing we're actually looking at right now, it's not a done deal by any means, but we're, given, again, I can't speak high enough of my staff. We have staff that have actually offered to come in a couple days over February vacation to make up some of the service times and just keep some continuity for the students. So, you have to navigate that. You have to navigate your collective bargaining agreements, all of that stuff. But at the end of the day, I think, one thing that we've been fortunate in our district is we invested, in my opinion, in the right areas in order to allow us to meet the needs in many different, unique, and various ways. I'm not saying we're meeting all of the needs, but we're aware of those students that we're not meeting those needs, and we're making plans with families to try to figure out how to do that. And that really speaks to what Jill was talking about with the COVID impact. I personally speaking, I can say I've looked at increasing my extended school year time in the summer. We've looked at offering services over vacations if staff are willing to. We're not like mandating it, but I'm fortunate where I have staff who really truly care about the kids and want what's best for them. So it is certainly a challenging situation. I know of other directors I've talked to that I think feel as passionate as well. We've had students that were really impacted who are in out of district programs that they were already, prior to the COVID, we were working on a transition out. And then when they shut down, we lost almost a year's worth of growth. We're working through areas where we have some students that think they got in trouble and they can't come back to their school. And we've had to really work through a lot of challenging things to get them back on track. And I think that really speaks to the heart of what your concerns are, is just how do we navigate this and still implement the needs, especially the physical needs, functional needs, when COVID really throws up a lot of barriers, or staff illness really throws up a lot of barriers. It just is, it feels like you're fighting an invisible enemy at all times. And then on top of that, when staff do get sick or they're out, there's an emotional toll on that. I'm not going to say it's PTSD like, but we've had some staff that we've had to spend some time really talking them through and making sure they were okay, because it is very emotional, especially for people who have had family members. I know us as directors have talked about people who have been impacted, and it's been really eye-opening to manage.
So thank you. And next we had Senator Woodson.
Thank you. Two questions, I think, for Ms. Adams.
Yes.
You mentioned a staffing shortage. What plans do you have to try to remedy that?
We have been trying to remedy that for a long time, Senator. For many reasons, and I don't want to be negative, but we have some absolutely wonderful folks that go into special education and stay in special education a long, long time. We also have real difficulty getting now the new folks to go into special education. It's a field that has lots of pit holes. I don't know how else to say it. We have a lot of compliance issues. We have a lot of paperwork. We have a lot of emotional stress around students with disabilities and working with parents. We work much more closely with parents than some teachers do. It's a tough field, and yet they get paid the same pay, they get the same hours, they get the same whatever. And many times they don't get lunch because some kiddos had a behavior issue, or they don't get planning periods. It's not an easy field. At the same time, the people who do go into it stay and are strong people. So I don't know what the answer is specifically. I know that we're looking at the certification rules again, and we certainly don't want certification rules to be less than what they should be. But I would also say to you that if we have a kindergartner who has multiple disabilities, that teacher doesn't necessarily need all the skills to pass a praxis test, but they certainly need behavior skills and they need some other compassion skills. It's a whole different skill box, I call it, that you need for that student. And yet those teachers have the same requirements. So I'm not sure how to make that work, but I can tell you that it's a tough one.
Yeah,
It
more
really is.
flexibility, more flexibility with accountability.
Well, we're also talking about ways to have other. Special ed has come so far that students in classrooms very often are in classrooms with students with special needs, but they don't even know it, because we have made, they think the only students that are special ed are functional life skills students, when it's not true. Special ed is a wide span of students. So I think we have to do a better job also of educating everybody around what special needs are, who want to go into teaching. Teaching is also not a very lucrative job right now. So, as you well know, sir.
My second question, what happens to these kids now? You said that from birth to age 20, and now it's going to be up to 22. What happens to these individuals as they age out?
This has been a major issue for us. The adult services are not what we have in schools. And many times students, parents want to they will keep their child in school as long as they can. The age out is now 20, and they will keep them through 20 with the idea that maybe the wait list that they're on for adult services, they will actually open up a position. And now that we're going to have some students through the age of 22, I'm not sure that's going to help after the age of 22, when we call it the cliff, the adult services cliff happens. It's, to me personally, a real shame, because we have worked very hard with these students for a long time to create independence. And then all of a sudden they're sitting at home, not using any of those independent skills.
Yeah, thank you.
And they lose them quickly. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Senator. Representative Millette, then I have Representative Salisbury and Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice to see you virtually, at least. Yeah, my question was about the extension to 22. And I think you touched on it a little bit, but I think I'll ask my question anyways, which is, you made a comment that 2 more years of school is not appropriate. Can you clarify what that means?
I'm not saying that 2 more years is not appropriate. What I'm saying is 2 more years of the same. If a student's already had services, say they came into high school at 14 or 15, they've had quite a few years of a functional life skills room or something. We need to look at, if we're going to have that age student, we're going to need to look at developing some work programs, all kinds of different kinds of things that makes them more independent, that we had maybe looked to adult ed to do. One of the things, I know we've had this conversation with the Director of Special Services already at the department, and we're going to put together a stakeholder group that would include adult services, ODES from DHHS, that would include voc rehab, that include other places. Look at what many states do go to the age of 22. Right. So look at what they're doing in some other states, so that we're not doing We are continuing to develop the skills the student needs. I guess that's what I'm saying, more than, it isn't that they don't need those 2 more years, but we need to look at it. What can we do during those 2 years to make them even more independent? Does that make sense?
Yes, that's very helpful. And I do hope that there will be these young adults for this stakeholder group or whatever group you're putting together. You'll include the young adults that will be using these services along with their parents. I think they have a lot of very valuable insight and input that would.
Yeah, and I did have a conversation just, I believe it was on Friday, with the Maine Parent Federation to talk about this as well. Because it's going to be, I think it's going to take some time and possibly some resources. So I would put that to the committee, that there may be resources needed when we do this.
Well, I would hope that it would be funded through EPS, just like all the other special education is, because this is just really an extension of special education, is it not?
It is. It will mean more students being in special ed. You would have to look at that formula and how that takes place,
Yeah,
which
I
for
understand.
some districts will be winners and some will be losers. And
as is always the case.
Yes.
So thank you. Representative Salisbury?
My questions have been answered. I appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Representative Crockett. And then Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First and foremost, I want to tip my hat and thank you all for the incredible work you do. This is a subject that is near and dear to me on a couple levels. One, my wife has been a 20+ year elementary school ed tech on special education. And everything you mentioned, Ms. Adams, is conservative as to what transpires daily in the schools with the natural and behavioral issues that those teachers are confronted with. It's sadly a very underappreciated and certainly undervalued role in our school system. Secondly, I have a severely autistic nephew who I've watched, whose parents are both educators. And so I've watched very closely that route through the education system. Riley is now in his early 30s, and to address what Senator Woodson was where he was going with respect to adult, it is sorely lacking in what happens to these young people when they age out of the program. So if there's anything I can do to be an advocate and anything along these lines, please pull me in. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Crockett. Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to also say thank you for this presentation. Taught 30 years, I understand on some small level. So again, thank you. Echoing and agreeing with Representative Crockett's points, and just mentioning, I hope that Representative Pebworth has reached out to you. I've pulled my files on LD 2121, which I believe is a bill going forward about addressing cliff issues and post-cliff work. And one of the questions that we had around that she would, or you would be better able to answer perhaps, is about the intersection of Social Security payments and Medicare for folks who have gone beyond the cliff, are hired in the private sector, and then find themselves eliminated from some benefits because they have earned over the limit that they were allowed. That's what I have in my notes. And I also would echo Representative Crockett's comment. I've talked with Representative Pebworth a bit. Please pull me in. I'm happy to advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have heard the same issues. Yeah. Because once you lose your health insurance, that's a real problem. Yeah.
So any other questions from members of the committee? No. Ms. Adams, if I could just ask you two things very quickly. Is still the percentage population of children that have IEPs across the state about 18%?
Yes, I think it's about 18.42 the other day when I looked.
Okay. And when IDEA was initially passed 45 years ago, the promise of the federal funding was what? And
40%.
How much?
40.
40%. And what percentage are we receiving now?
Probably between maybe 15, if that.
Okay. Okay. So the promise was 40% federal funding, and we're now at 15%. And obviously the state has to manage the rest. And back to Representative Millett's question, with this additional 2 years of providing services, there hasn't been any federal money that has followed that, I assume.
No.
So,
no.
Okay.
That
so
was a change at the state level.
Okay. But it was a result of a court case, right?
Yes, it was a result of a court case in Rhode Island in the first district court.
Right. Okay,
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you. And I'm sure we'll have you back at some point because these issues are persistent and complex. And at any point that you feel that there's something that you need to bring to the Education Committee, let us know and we'll try to address it as quickly as we can.
Okay.
Representative,
Thank you.
Representative Brennan, I did have a question, sorry, or
Okay.
a comment. First of all, thank you for the presentation. And I must admit, I got out for a minute because I'm at school right now in special ed stuff, so I had to do a few things. But one of the scary things my guess is you touched on this is retention of special ed teachers. And I think it's about a 5 to 6 year before you start to see a real, and probably 10 years you're really done. And a lot of it isn't because of students or your dealings of every day. What it is unlike a regular ed teacher, you have paperwork that is unreal, and we haven't found a way to help them to get through this paperwork system. My wife is the head of the special ed department at the high school here in my town, and many nights has just spent writing IEPs, doing this, and I think we really have to start as a nation, not just the state, but all across, that we look at this as a serious issue, because I have a feeling it's not going to be special ed teachers. A lot of these people are getting older, and they want to go just teach a class and be able to teach other things rather than deal with some of the stuff they have to deal with. I guess it's not really a question. It's just more a comment that we really have to start looking at this a lot closer than we have dealing with special ed and teachers. Thank you. Thank
you, Representative. And thank you for coming. And again, we look forward to talking to you in the future. So we're now moving on to the Maine Children's Alliance. And we are looking for Rita Furlow, representing the Maine Children's Alliance.
Hi, Representative Brennan. I don't see that Rita Furlow has joined us. I just sent her an email with the link in case she was having trouble finding it. So you might want to skip to the Developmental Disabilities Council.
All right, I saw that too. So you want to skip to the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council?
Whatever you would like to skip to, Representative Brennan.
Well, who do we have here? We have, do we have
Nancy Cronin with the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, and you have Atlee Riley with Disability Rights Maine.
Well, why don't we go with Nancy Cronin from the Disabilities Council, given that they were next, and then we can come back to Ms. Furlow. Okay. So Ms. Cronin, thank you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
And You got bumped up in the agenda, so I hope that works okay for you. Normally, we're pushing people back in the agenda as opposed to pushing them up. So again, thank you very much for being here. And if you'd like to introduce yourself and take about 20 minutes and leave enough time for us. As you can see, we always ask questions. So thank you.
You got it. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for having me. My name is, good morning, Representative Brennan and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Nancy Cronin. I did not prepare a PowerPoint today, so I am going to be just kind of talking and going through my presentation this way. I'm happy to send you my notes, however. My name is Nancy Cronin. I am the Executive Director of the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, and thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about the Council's point of view of the state of children in Maine during this pandemic. First, please allow me to introduce the Maine Developmental Disabilities Council. The Maine DD Council is funded by the federal government as dictated by the Developmental Disabilities Act, and Maine provides a state share. We solely work on federal and state dollars. We are a quasi-state agency whose purpose is to promote systems change to ensure that all individuals with developmental and other disabilities are able to live and fully participate in their communities of choice. Working in partnership with people with disabilities, parents, advocates, and policymakers, we work to promote the independence, integration, and inclusion of all people with developmental disabilities through advocacy, capacity building, and systems change activities through the state of Maine and on a national level. We are uniquely suited to understand the myriad of systems that individuals with DD engage with. So in the world of education, that is Medicaid, IDEA, Part C and Part B, DHHS, Office of Children and Family Services, Medicaid services programs like Section 28 and 65, childcare, home visiting, and other early childhood and childhood programs. We also engage with the adult system too, but my specific focus and expertise is around children's systems and all the systems that affect individuals with developmental disability. The Maine Developmental Disabilities Council, so my bosses, are 61% individuals with developmental disabilities themselves or family members of children with developmental disabilities or adults who cannot advocate for themselves, adults with DD who cannot advocate for themselves. And then the rest are individual agencies that are also receive federal funding. So the DOE, CDC, DHHS, and of course the Education Committee and CDS. I mean the Department of Education and CDS. And we identify barriers to community inclusion, self-determination, and independence, and we act for positive change. In addition to being the executive director of the MDDC, of which I represent today, I'm also a mom of a child who receives special education services. I sit crossing my fingers that my child is not going to run in today and say something, as I don't believe right now that he's on remote, but he's supposed to be doing independent learning. My husband is an Ed Tech 3 math interventionist in a local school district, and he is working at his school district doing remote teaching. I also sit on the school board of Fayette Central School, a neighbor of Livermore Falls, and I am an adjunct instructor at Kennebec Valley Community College, where I am teaching upcoming educational professionals. So, okay, so what's going on with education of our children today? Well, parents have been asked to take on a lot. They work to keep their children on new schedules, to keep them engaged during each learning session, and to support their children through the many frustration and challenges of remote learning. Oftentimes, families are asked by school districts to sit near their child as they're doing remote learning. That may or may not be practical for some families. At this moment, I can't act that way. For some, they are serving as the paraprofessional for their child, as the ed tech that they normally receive is not coming into the person's home. They're navigating technology that they may never have looked at before. It isn't just an access issue, which the broadband issues in Maine is extensive. but it's an education issue. Now, grandparents and parents are asked to understand things like Google Classroom and that they may never have looked at and not understand. So the expectations have been high for parents, but their voices haven't really been at the table. The people who are paid to provide the educational services have a clear and critical stake in providing feedback and information to the department. And that has happened. You heard recently that MADSEC and other association representing professionals have been meeting with the commissioners weekly. The department has gotten feedback from parents in using surveys and individual professionals who also may be parents. But as far as parent advocacy organizations, they haven't been afforded the equal access to policymakers and people making decisions as everybody else. So the truth of those who represent families of children, like the Maine Parent Federation, Autism Society of Maine, have not been afforded the same opportunities regarding policy as organizations that represent the professionals. So that is a voice that is missing. But the biggest disparity in educational achievement will likely be those children who had working parents who could not assist with remote learning, whether this is special education or otherwise. I know that parents are not, children whose parents are not at home haven't been showing up to remote learning. Some parents, some children, versus those who could assist at home. And the other group is children with significant disability or healthcare needs who are not in schools or cannot easily apply remote learning to their needs. Schools were largely unprepared this fall. There was a large investment in online learning and the Moose platform, but I have yet to see any schools who are using that in a way that works for children with significant disabilities. Families and children found themselves waiting to find out how they would be accessing school services. And unfortunately, there's a few. Most found some way of accessing something, but there are still a few that are languishing. And some children with DD have not been able to access their education unless they were in person. And some of those folks have been able to be in person 4 times a week, but it's been largely a local decision. It hasn't been something globally. So there are other districts in which children are not getting their needs met. And so those children are not receiving FAPE. Now, I just recently finished a presentation by Department of Education, the National Department of Education. Assistant Secretary Jim Blue sponsored it with a number of his doctors, hot off the presses, on student learning loss during the pandemic. And he stated how students' education has been stunted. The data is staggering. Now, this is generally, in general, all students, not necessarily students with disabilities. And I want to speak to them for a minute, because what the Department of Education did nationally is measured 20 different states and found that the best case of learning loss for reading was 57 school days. What is there, 180 school days? And the worst case scenario was 183 school days, more than the 180 school days required. So they've regressed. I have this website. I will send it to you after this presentation, this link of the webinar, so you all can verify the data and watch the presentation, which I found sobering. Math, the numbers were even more sobering. Best case scenario, 136 days lost, while the worst case scenario, 232 days lost. I will make sure you have that link after this presentation in your emails. In Maine, how are we doing? Well, the general tenor of what we've heard is schools are doing their best. But the reality is there will be gaps of education. We know that it is really important to assess the present levels of performance for everyone, not just students with disabilities, who I do represent, and have a little bit of more rights to be able to say, how are you doing on your IEPs? But all students, we need to know how they're doing. We can't assess how Maine is doing at all at this moment because we're not doing a statewide standardized test to measure things by. Now, I typically despise standardized testing. I am not a huge fan of it, but in this case, it's different because we need to have some measure to know if region by region, how are kids doing? And how do we stand next to everybody else in this nation? Where are the general gaps and what is the effect of learning loss for our students in Maine who have and have not disabilities? So we need a way to measure the present level of performance in a standardized way to assess the effect of COVID education and to determine what gaps are different. We are faced in an unprecedented time. You've heard that how many times? I know you've heard that 1,000 times, but we must plan now on how we're going to recuperate skills. The Federal Department of Education in this webinar spoke about plans about recuperating skills for all students, but in Maine, I have yet to see leadership speaker address this issue at all. And how do we even begin to address it if we don't have even the base data of where people are? I believe 70% of schools are doing the new WIAs, but I have yet to hear of any effort to get that data up to a larger aggregate level and see where our students are. This is a generation we could lose. And I'm worried about it. And I'm worried about it for even more for families who have not been able to support folks in their remote learning like I've been lucky enough to do. Even though it's been challenging, I've still been able to work from home. And when I'm done with this presentation, even though I'll be listening, I'll be carrying my computer around and checking on him. Some children with DD have been placed in unnecessarily more placements of restrictive environments. I know of a school in which they're all the folks with special education are learning in a church basement right now, and they're doing that so that they can offer school for these kids for longer days. And parents are saying yes, please. However, it does fly in the face of less restrictive environments. And there's some questions about what we're missing with access to non-disabled peers. And why is that important? It's important because if you are learning from people with disabilities, if you're a child modeling what kids with other disabilities are doing, then chances are you're going to model the behaviors that kids with disabilities are doing. While if you have the opportunity to model what kids without disabilities are doing, then you have a chance of raising your social levels up. That's such a critical thing that we're missing. Frankly, I'm worried about the social skills of all of our children as well. Our children are struggling. I have significant concerns for young children who sit on wait lists for community services. Now, Section 28 and 65, some children have, these are not you. This is DHHS, but some of these kids have been waiting for services for up a year or 2 years. And now they also might be waiting for school services. School services were the only things these kids were getting when they medically needed other services as well. Now it's a double whammy. So I'm also worried about what happens after the pandemic. I suspect that behaviors, when we go back to school, finally, some kids' behaviors might go through the roof. And are we preparing for that? It's time to start doing those plans. And I'm also, and I will speak a different day about our early childhood system, but I have serious concerns of what you heard recently, that 25% of children, young children, 0 to 5, I think the PCG report, spent time on a wait list. Early intervention is critical. It's absolutely, utterly critical. And one thing that I heard was we don't identify enough kids 0 to 2, but we identify plenty of kids 3 to 5. What that means to me is we're losing an opportunity, because if you identify early, you might be able to help that kid mitigate the problem so they don't need as much services later. So every single minute we're not serving a child is a lost opportunity that will ultimately cost that child skills. And yeah, it could cost us money down the road. I've got other things to say around transition and things like that, but that's enough. And it feels like I just gave you a whole bunch of bad news, and I don't mean to. It's really, the bottom line is we need to start planning, figure out where are our kids today, and what are we going to do to get them, they're ready to grow and enter the workforce. Thank you for this time. Thank you very much. And I'm willing to answer any question.
And Ms. Kernan, thank you very much for the broad array of issues that you did put on the table for us. And clearly, we do expect to see you back when we have further discussions about CDS. So at this point, are there any questions from members of the committee? I see Representative McCray and Representative Salisbury. So we'll go with Representative McCray first.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I can't say that you've made me encouraged. This is like an explosion in all of the possible things that could be fallout from this. And I understand you can't suggest where we should go until we know where we are. And I heard you say that loud and clear several times. But in your imagination, looking at where people are, kids are all kids, not just developmentally disabled children, but all students. I mean, you have one district that's closed, one district that is not. The ones that are not are doing probably better than the ones that are doing remote. I would have to hazard that guess as an educator. That's going to make disparity all by itself. Doesn't have anything to do with where the kids are. It has to do with where they live, that part of where they are. So I look at that across the state, and we're going to splinter those, let's say, fourth graders all over the state into not just fourth grade, but some are going to advance and some are going to regress. In your best imagination, what can you suggest that might remedy this other than, okay, everybody's going to repeat grade 4?
No, that actually could harm people.
Right.
First, we do need to figure out the present level of performance. And what I'd like to ask your permission for is I would like to create a list of what other states have. DD councils there is a DD council in every state and territory in this nation. I would like to give you a list of what other states are looking to do so that you might have some ideas and a platform to begin this conversation. I'm not prepared at this moment to tell you those ideas because I haven't thought as much about them. But if you'll give me permission, I'll research it and I'll give you some high-level bullets with clear links about ideas.
Thank you. You have our permission. Thank you, Representative McCray. Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Cronin, thanks very much for your presentation. As a new representative, I'm just sitting back and listening to all this. I've had some experience in schools, but not as a teacher. But I find you're very interesting. But I was wondering if you would tell me a little bit about the work that the MDDC does. How does that work together, or if it does work with the MADSEC that we just were hearing a presentation on? Is there a collaboration there, or how do your organizations work together?
A number of times during the pandemic, we asked for a meeting with MADSEC, Maine School Management Association, and others to sit down and talk about issues. So we did have a couple meetings. We have sent surveys. We've done a number of surveys to collect what parents are feeling and experiencing, and we've shared that with them. We rarely get invited to too many things. And we've sent letters to the commissioner asking to remember parent organizations. But I think at this moment, to have some truth and compassion there, I think people have been incredibly overwhelmed and they're just trying to do their job, and it's all hands on deck trying to do it. And it's easy to kind of look at parents and parent organizations as that's their stuff. It's not as incorporated as, so it's not a malice. I'm not complaining. There's it's just easy to get down and say, well, how are we going to do this? And the educators know, and trying to do it. I can't imagine how much work, I can't imagine. my husband has tried to transfer from being a math interventionist at Tech 3 from in-person small groups and individuals to how do I do this? It's hard. So I think as we move forward, we have to move towards how are we going to work together today. And we need to work with having compassion for absolutely everybody as we sit here today and say, where are our staff? Where are our professionals? Where are our children? And where are our parents? And how do we bring us together in the next move?
Thank you. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Ms. Cronin. It's nice to see you. And thank you for your assessment of where we are today. It's certainly is disconcerting to say the least. And I would say with appreciation, would love to see some information about what states across the nation are doing. I will say that I actually have been trying to get at that information myself through various databases, including the National Council of State Legislatures, and there's not an awful lot out there. So having an extra set of eyes and fingers on keyboards doing that search would be awesome. My question is, and I don't expect an answer, so maybe this is part of that research and thoughtfulness that folks will be putting going forward. It's certainly, hearing about worst best case scenario, 57 learning days lost is pretty substantial. As we've heard, there are many different situations of school districts across our state where there have been some schools that have been able to stay in for in-person instruction much more than others. So I'm trying to understand, what is the threshold of lost learning days that would trigger compensatory programming? Is it 15 days? Is it 30 days? Is it 57 days? As that's something that I'm struggling with, because I think we're all aware we don't want to sweep in folks that actually have been able to have fairly consistent in-person instruction, but we certainly want to be able to address those districts that haven't. So not for today, but in that for your thinking and future thoughts, what is that threshold? Thanks so much.
Sure, my pleasure. I will look that up, but I think we also have to look in terms of not just days, but also where are we with standards. I was never a fan of proficiency-based diplomas, but I am a fan of we have learning results. Where are people? And I am very afraid, as I have a fifth grader moving to junior high next year with a whole new group of children. Will he be ready? Did all the other fifth graders get the same kind of education? Or will my son, who also has a disability, and will he be lost? So I think, where are we with learning standards? How do we adjust looking at where that compensation has to go as well? But I'll look at both.
If I may, Mr. Chair, just a quick follow-up.
Yep, sure.
Thank you. Ms. Cronin, you actually raised a really good point. And I think I heard earlier that roughly 70% of our districts are utilizing NWEA. Do we know if that's this current academic year are using NWEA? Is that true?
I think so, but that's a question for the department because it's an opportunity.
And does your son take the NWEA?
He does. He's had it twice.
Great, thank you.
Thank
and
you.
And as a school board member, I analyzed our NWEAs for the last 5 years to be able to catch trends. So I know it's possible.
Again, thank you, Ms. Cronin. We look forward to continuing the discussion over the next several months. So thank you very much. And committee, we need to kind of move along. We have 2 more presentations. And I would ask at this point, I didn't see in the waiting room. Do we have Maine Children's Alliance?
We do now,
We
Representative.
do now. Okay, so if we could bring them on, that would be great. And do we have Rita Furlow with the Maine Children's Alliance?
Looks like they might be connecting now.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. I didn't realize I was up. I thought I was up last.
Well, you're up now.
Great. That's great to know.
So,
great.
I guess what I'd say at this point, we're running just a hair behind schedule.
Okay.
So if you would present whatever you're going to present. And,
Good morning. Good morning. I didn't realize I was up. I thought I was up last.
Well, you're up now.
Great. That's great to know.
So,
great.
I guess what I'd say at this point, we're running just a hair behind
She has
schedule.
it playing in the background.
Oh, I figured that out.
Okay. So, Ms. Furlow, go ahead. You're on.
Right. Great. So, Representative Brennan, members of the committee, thank you so much for inviting me today. My name's Rita Furlow. I am the Senior Policy Analyst at the Maine Children's Alliance. And I do have a bit of a slideshow if we can get that going. And if you'll just bear with me for 1 second, I will try to get this going without, yeah, boy, it's not easy. Let's see. All right. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Great. Okay. All right. Okay. So yes, again, Maine Children's Alliance, we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization that advocates for public policies relating to children, best practices to improve the lives of children, youth, and families. And so we, one of the things that we're probably known the best for is our data book. Every other year, we present yeah, sorry that this slideshow is having mind of its own, is produced. It is part of a national organization. Many of you may have heard of the Annie E. Casey Foundation, which funds similar organizations in every state in the country. So this data is, as I said, released every other year. And so our last publication was in 2019. Our next Kids Count release will be April of this year. And you'll all receive a hard copy of that. And it is one of the most comprehensive pieces of data report that looks at not just educational issues, but also how children are doing in terms of health and the economy and other indicators. So the other thing that I would suggest to you that that you hopefully may, I think you received a copy of. One thing that we every other year, right? We publish the book. Last year we released some county profiles, so you can look and see how your county is doing. You know, the slide I have up right now shows these key indicators in, for example, Washington County, and we just pulled this because it's sort of interesting where you know, many of us are aware that Washington County has some of the highest child poverty rates in the state, but yet when you look at their strengths, right, they are one of the top top counties in terms of high school graduation rates, right, very high rates of public preschool, right, second in terms of fourth grade reading scores. So you know, it's sort of just an interesting contrast to look at some of those indicators. So I suggest you take a look at that. The other thing that, if you only take one thing away from everything I've said today, please remember that you have access to tremendous amounts of data. And so you can access that through our website, or you can also, and perhaps the simplest way is by going to the National Kids Count Data Center page. You can click on this map that shows the state of Maine, and it will pull up just dozens and dozens and dozens of indicators that are up to date and that you can utilize. So while you know, we love our Kids Count book, you can't, right? It is only published every 2 years, whereas the data on this website is continuously updated, and there are many more indicators on the website, right, that don't get published in our book. So so I really urge you to spend some time, right, taking a look at the data. You can use it as a graph, you can create charts, you can create tables, and, you know, save it and you know, put it into testimony or you know, into correspondence, whatever. So, you know, please take a look at that. One thing that's in our last Kids Count book that I just think gives a nice overview of a classroom in Maine and shows you some of that data. So, right, of a hypothetical classroom of 25 first graders, right, 5 of those kids would be receiving, you know, special ed. You know, 5 would be living with a family member who is smoking. 4 are living in poverty. So I think it's just it's an interesting way for you to think about, you know, a hypothetical classroom, a typical classroom in Maine. So something that you've just recently talked a little bit about, and I know that you will be talking more about this year, is early intervention and in particular child development services. We have had a extremely low rate of identifying children under the age of 1. As of in our last data book, we really we highlighted this slide because we were last in the nation in terms of identifying kids early. That's not where we want to be. We worry that though that, you know, waiting too long to identify kids actually perhaps is ultimately leading to us to have higher rates once kids do reach public school. So so I know that's something you're going to be looking at, and we strongly urge you to think about what needs to be done to improve the early identification for young kids. So another thing that we've highlighted in our previous book was teen mental health. We've been really concerned about increasing rates of suicide amongst teens in Maine. This is the most recent data, and we're happy to see that sort of flattening out and not rising again this year. But I think that in terms of policy issues you'll be dealing with this year, this is something to keep in mind, because right, we're glad to see it flattening out, but for the last 5 years we really had been seeing an increase. So in terms of COVID, I think that you all may have heard, I think the Department of Ed announced on Friday that, for example, in the last 30 days, what the rate was of 34 per 10,000 in terms of staff and students versus 116 in the general community. So we think that's while that 34 is too high, but compared to how the community, schools really are a much safer place, and a place that we hope all kids can be soon. One of the things that you can look at the Kids Count Data Center is recent census data. They've been doing some new something called a household pulse survey that shows a number of indicators. So, for example, this slide is related to adults who are living in a household with children, and about their confidence of their ability to pay rent. And that's a place where, compared to other places in the country, we're doing better right now. But I mean, one of the things I would just urge you to think about in terms of these surveys is that children are living in homes where there's a lot of stress, and some of these data pieces show you that concerns about food insecurity, the percentage of adults who are feeling nervous, anxious, on edge for nearly every day in the past week, the depression that's going on, all of these things are having significant impacts on kids. And so that's something we want you to think about. And in terms of some concerns that we're seeing is declining enrollments, that I'm sure you all have heard about, but just people not sending their kids to either pre-K or kindergarten, and what that's going to mean next year, assuming they are feeling comfortable to send them back then, but how behind are those kids going to be, and in what sort of, as Nancy was just saying, what kind of different positions are many of those kids going to be in? We were concerned about the number of kids who aren't participating right now in Head Start. This is data from the fall, so this may have increased some, but just when you compare the number of slots that the federal government says that can be filled versus the number of kids who are actually participating, we're seeing a big drop there. So again, those are kids who won't have participated in Head Start, and how behind will they be when they are entering public schools. School meals, so we've seen that a drop of, while there's 64,000 children enrolled, it's a drop of 18%. So that's a concern. Right, are those kids just not have chosen, again, maybe they're not in school, they're not accessing it, they're, we're a bit worried about that data. And I want to talk a little bit about childcare, because I'm sure all of you have heard about the impacts of in terms of parents and dealing with remote learning. And they may be able to work at home, but some may not be able to work at home. And one thing that the Governor's Economic Recovery Committee that met this summer, childcare was just a huge issue. And in terms of both for younger children, under 4 or 5, but also for school age children. They actually recommended that the governor provide additional funding for childcare, which she did provide last fall. A number of school districts ended up taking advantage of that additional funding and creating programs in conjunction with local childcare centers. And unfortunately, that funding ended in December. This is an area I suggest that you keep thinking about, because parents are under incredible stress, and things that can maybe support them and support remote learning. We urge you to think about whether that's something that should continue. Some of our guiding principles, as you're going forward and making a lot of really critical decisions about children, we urge you to always keep in mind, what's best for kids, what does the data show, you are going to have your hands full with trying to figure out how are we going to measure learning loss. But again, we urge you to think about the data and what the data tells you, and we also urge you to realize that probably the kids who are going to have the most significant learning loss are likely to be kids that are already at higher risk, kids who are in low incomes. Probably racial issues are going to impact some of that data. Special ed is going to impact that data. So we urge you to think about that, and then just always remembering that the whole child, and that the lives and what is going on at home is obviously having huge impacts on their academics in schools. So I thank you very much. We are a staff of 6, and please reach out to us anytime. We can help you navigate some of that data, help you find it if you can't find it, and so please just feel free to reach out to us, and happy to take any questions.
Well, Ms. Furlow, thank you very much. And let's go back to full screen here and see if there are questions from members of the committee.
Just going to have Ms. Furlow stop sharing her screen.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. So, Senator Daughtry, welcome back.
Thanks. It was a very cold and short wedding.
I suspect hopefully the marriage will last longer.
Exactly.
We're taking questions right now for Ms. Furlow and the Maine Children's Alliance. Is there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none. Thank you very much. And
looks like Representative Dodge has a question.
Yes, Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Let's see how to phrase the question and quickly. Can we be certain that we as members of the Education Committee are going to better understand how all of these agencies work together and where they diverge along the questioning earlier of Representative Salisbury? As we work with our CDS report, this is the question that keeps coming to my head and my heart. I lack the vision of the whole the organizational structure created by each of these organizations that seem to all have advocacy at their heart, yet we aren't functioning as smoothly as possible. So at a future time, if it's better offline, if some of these representatives could educate us or me as to what we need to know so that we can better advocate in the broad picture or spectrum, please. Thank you.
You should not feel at all like this is complex, right? There is a reason why Child Development Services keeps coming up and up and up for years on end, is because right, you have federal law and state law and right, these, right, the birth to 2 and then the 3 to 5 and then I mean it is very complex, and there's but I urge you to stick with it, because this really is the time after, right, you have this really significant report and data, and so this you know, I really hope you can do something this year, because it really is important to try to fix this system, which is, I feel like so many people are just kind of hanging on, waiting to see if you're going to be able to fix it and make a transition. So, yeah.
So if I may, a quick follow-up.
Yep.
I'm not sure I have permission to speak, but do we need an organizational chart? Literally, this organization handles this. We find ourselves working in tandem with these blurbs. We find ourselves in conflict with these people or organization. I feel I need that sort of chart or Venn diagram or something that I hope will help us solve this problem as you describe. Thank you.
And I think in particular, Representative Dodge, as we work through the CDS system, that we'll see that type of diagram, and we can certainly ask our staff to start to work on something that would provide that overview and trying to see the relationship between these different organizations. Okay. Thank you. So, Senator, do you want to take over again, or do you want us to just keep plowing forward?
Let's just keep plowing forward.
All right, we're down to our final presentation by the Disabilities Rights Center, and we have Atlee Riley. Good morning still, Mr. Riley. Good to see you. And we are running just a hair late, but we look forward to your presentation. And then if you would reserve some time for questions, that would be great. So you can jump right into it.
Thank you very much. Everybody can hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Senator Daughtry, Representative Brennan, members of the committee. My name is Atlee Riley. I'm managing attorney at Disability Rights Maine. remains federally funded protection and advocacy agency for people with disabilities. You should have received kind of a 3-page letter from me. Those of you that have seen me appear before the committee know that I don't come here to read to you, and I certainly am not going to do that right as you're all thinking about lunch. So just know that there's information in there about what Disability Rights Maine does globally. I couldn't, begin in this short time period to explain what we do, but we have over 40 staff, 14 of us are attorneys, and we work across 21 different federal and state funding sources and address the needs of individuals with disabilities in many areas, and really focus on autonomy and inclusion and access to all the same opportunities that other Mainers have. I'm going to skip down a bit and talk about just specifically our educational advocacy, just very briefly, and some of our priorities. And then my understanding was, and from listening to the other presenters, seems like that's what folks have been doing, is that you really wanted a particular update on how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted the people that we serve. So I'm going to try and do all of that quickly, but really want to spend the most time answering questions. So very briefly, there's 2 of us that handle education cases statewide for the agency. Either myself or my colleague Ben Jones will be the people who you may see before you over the next 2 years. We are interested in working with you. We're interested in serving as a resource. We're particularly interested in providing you any information and resources to inform any efforts that you may undertake to try and reduce the use of exclusionary discipline practices, something that in our view should take on more urgency now that kids have been so disconnected from school for so long. We should not be further disconnecting them through those types of practices. Anything that you are going to do potentially to reduce the use of restraint and eliminate the use of seclusion, hopefully in the state of Maine. And anything that we can support you in if it moves students with disabilities into more inclusive settings, whether in school or, and transition's been a hot topic here, and I'm sure there'll be some questions about that, but how can we look to help people transition to meaningful integrated employment after they're done with high school. And CDS, I imagine, is going to be another topic of questions. We look forward to providing information and support to the extent we can to your efforts in that. And then also, again, to focus on the transition piece, and that students with disabilities receive the supports they need to move to transition successfully. So COVID-19, I don't have, if you take what everybody's said before, and I've been trying to listen to all of it, I did have to step out a couple different times. I don't have a ton new to add, but there's some things I just want to highlight, is that many students with disabilities and their families have been disproportionately impacted by this pandemic. For some students, as you've heard, remote learning is not a viable option. And other students may be able to access their education remotely, but they need very significant support at home, support that has been extremely difficult to come by, be it from community or from the school. Some students with disabilities, they've had a lot of difficulty complying with face covering requirements, so we had to address a lot of those types of issues early on. And that was another barrier for some students. Often the students who had the most difficulties with remote instruction were also having difficulties in that area. Some schools have really done an amazing job, and many individuals have done an amazing job. You know, I want to underscore that, but it has not been consistent across the board. So many schools have been flexible with families. They've kept families in the loop. They've explained to them, here's what we think we're going to do. Here's how we're going to do it. They've included them in the conversation. And others have just said, our hands are tied. Here's what we're doing. Here's what you get. And so, you know, and it's not been consistent. It's not like regional. I can't tell you where that, it's just been all over the map and very individualized for families. And some families have had wonderful experiences and others have had much more difficult ones. I just want to highlight 3 things, and then I want to spend some time answering your questions. We're coming up on a year now, which I'm sure is not lost on any of you in both your personal and professional lives. And all of this that I'm about to say has been said in some way, shape, or form today, but I think it just does bear a little bit of emphasis. We're a year in now. we have to identify those kids who are not benefiting from remote instruction, and we have to do something different. And I'm not just talking for any of these three things about students with disabilities. In fact, to the extent we can develop plans along these kind of three areas that are focused on all students who've been impacted negatively, that would be best. And so whether you're a student with a disability who hasn't access to in-person instruction, or you're a student who has still difficulty accessing the internet, or the support is just not there at home, whoever those students are, we've got to figure that out. And we've got to say, even if the school closes for you, we're gonna figure out how to give you what you need, because this is gonna go on for a while longer, and we just can't, we can't act like this is still a surprise. We have to plan for those students. The next thing I think we really need to do is identify the impacts. And you've heard from this from several people. Where are students today? What has happened? I was part of the same presentation that I watched the same presentation that Nancy Cronin mentioned to you. And it's the learning losses are potentially staggering. The studies she was talking about, I believe, was really only looking at what happened last year, and so we're still in the middle of this. And then the next thing, and again, some of you know, I started my career as an educator. I have utmost respect for schools and educators, and this really comes from that place. But we've got to stop. We've all got to stop saying that schools are that we should just do the best we can. We're a year into this now, and I believe that when we have high expectations for students and we provide them the supports they need, that they rise to the occasion. They do it time and again. And I think we should start saying that for schools and just say, do you know where all your kids are? Do you know where they are physically? Do you know where they are academically? And if the answer to that is no, a year into this, we need to inform folks that we expect something different. And there has been it's a kaleidoscope of different responses kind of that we've seen across the state. And so I think kind of elevating the expectations, it doesn't serve anybody to act like things are okay, because they're not okay. They're not okay for families. They're definitely not okay for a lot of families of students with disabilities. And so I think we just need to kind of say, we all know that we've been doing the best we can, but we're going to have to figure out a way to kind of work better, work smarter, and really meet kids' needs. So last thing I want to mention is there are some links in the document that I sent you that hopefully has some information that would be helpful for you in understanding special education law. Some of your constituents might like it. One thing I find myself saying is often is that the world has changed, but the law has not. And so that creates a lot of friction. The law hasn't changed. It just hasn't changed at all. But obviously, the world has. And so those documents I provided links to are kind of our best effort to help people navigate this strange world where legal rights haven't changed, but realities on the ground have in very significant ways. So with that, hopefully that was fast enough, Representative Brennan and Senator Daughtry, and I'm happy to answer your questions.
Ms. Riley, that was both fast and informative and very concise. So thank you very much. We appreciate it. And thank you very much for the follow-up written information as well. So at this point, do members of the committee have any questions? Representative Dodge.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your presentation, and thank you for your speed. Whew, concise, woohoo! My question, I have two.
Almost lunch.
I would like to know who is tracking this wide range of data, and who has set the criteria for what data is being tracked, and who is going to report this data and collect and sift and make those sort of pronouncements about here's what the data says. Because everyone with boots on the ground, they maybe are saying, I can't even collect appropriate data because on a day-to-day basis, I'm swamped. And then to help us as members of the Ed Committee, if it's possible for not only you folks, but each organization that speaks to us about these things, if we could see just a little, again, I'm org chart, Venn diagram, map, just, about the chain of command for I'm a parent and things aren't being fixed, and here's where I go. Step 1 through step 5, right up the chain of command. Not just for you, again, but for every organization who speaks with us. This would be very helpful for us, for our constituents. This would be helpful for us as legislators, I think. And again, thank you so much for your work. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you very much. On the data question, I mean, when you first started asking the question and you said you'd like to know, I was thinking, me too. So I mean, it's on a policymaking level. I mean, that's a certainly a question for the department. But how are you going to get the information that you need to understand what's happening, kind of on a statewide level? Where I work is often on an individual student level, and I know a lot of people on this committee have been to IEP meetings and things, and if I know that people are overwhelmed and overworked, but I've been to IEP meetings where you get there and you're supposed to talk about present levels of performance, right? Because you're going to create a document that we're going to use for the next year of that student's life to drive their education. And we're going to use those present levels to draft annual goals that we're going to try and reach within a year. And I've been to meetings, and it's been meetings where people have known in advance that an attorney's coming to the meeting. And we get there and I ask about present levels of performance, and we don't have anything to say. Fortunately, this is rare, but it does happen. And then the only thing that we can do at that meeting is get out our schedules and discuss what we're going to do to figure out what our present levels of performance are so that we can come back together and engage in that discussion. And so I say that as a way of answering your question. I know it's hard, but if we're not doing that, if we're not assessing where we're starting, then what are we doing? And that would be kind of the follow-up. And so it is the most important thing we can be doing. And I don't mean we put all kids in a row and they're taking some standardized test. It's going to look different for all kids. But if we're engaging in instruction without knowing where we're starting, we're just throwing darts blindfolded, right? That's my feeling.
Thank you, Representative Dodge. Representative Millette.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Riley. Good to see you. Earlier, we heard from MadSec about putting together a task force to address the change in state law regarding students being able to stay through the age of 22. Has Disability Rights Maine been invited to participate?
That was the first I'd heard of it. So likely not, but I had made a note to reach out, and I hopefully we will. And I appreciate your pointing out that individuals with disabilities need to be at that table as well.
Well, if you could let me know what the response is, I'd be most grateful.
Thank you.
Representative Crockett.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Riley, for the presentation. I'm probably going to steal the line because I liked it so much that the world is changing, but the law isn't. I think that can be stated across the board within, education, and not just obviously a result of COVID. And I'm taking it as a sincere challenge to this committee that we look at it that way, because we have a lot of opportunities to, improve the laws centered around these issues. And I thank you for bringing that to my attention.
So thank you, Representative Crockett. At this point, I don't see any additional questions. But just to follow up to Representative Dodge's question, and Mr. Riley, you can say yes or no to this, but my understanding of the $183 million of federal money that we're seeing, that the strong directive from the federal DOE is to use the money for assessment and to develop programs around learning loss, including special education. Is that your understanding as well?
I'm not on the receiving ends of whatever guidance they're providing the state with that money, but I know that nationally the focus, has been to make sure that we are finding out where we are and we're figuring out ways to accelerate learning, which is really important. That I don't want remediation and just using this because as someone said a bit earlier, the people who, I think Ms. Furlow, the folks who've been impacted the most were already behind. And my concern is, especially with compensatory education and those discussions, is if these things aren't kind of all together and holistic, we're going to end up just kind of putting kids on a totally different track. And so really, I think, and it sounds like you asked Nancy Cronin to bring some of these things, but I think what folks are going to find is that it's really about how do we accelerate learning, not about keeping kids back or other things, but how do we kind of pick up where we are and accelerate learning and move kids forward together. So sorry, that was a long way of saying I don't know, but.
Well, it was an informative way of saying you don't know, so that was helpful. But my understanding is that a portion of that 183 million, I think everybody on the call today has stressed the importance of doing assessment, gathering data, and you made the point that we have to understand where we are before we can understand where we're going. And I think we need to be talking to the state DOE so that guidance goes to local school districts, that we start to gather that data. We have a better understanding of not only an aggregate statewide of where students are at, but those individual students that have individual IEPs, and how do we, quote, accelerate their learning. So again, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And at this point, we are done for the morning. We're scheduled to start again at 1 o'clock on one of our favorite topics, which is funding formula. And we have allocated a full 2 hour with the DOE providing a presentation and overview of school funding. And we want to leave ample time for questions, because we know everybody has questions about the school funding formula. And then we do have on Wednesday, the commissioner will be back to answer questions in general, based on what we heard today about special education and what we heard about in her presentation a week and a half ago. So at this point, I'll turn things over to the senator. And I don't know if you have a gavel. I haven't found mine either.
Go the candle route again, though I just noticed my computer.
Representative Millette, did you have a final question or?
Yeah, it's not for Mr. Riley. And I think maybe you answered it, but Ms. Risler, I know you're listening. If we can make sure that for the commissioner's discussion with us, that we have this information on the breakdown of the latest round of education federal relief package, how much is being sent to the districts, how much is within the discretion of the governor, and how much is at the discretion of the Department of Education. I believe that's how it was organized for the first round. So really would like to have some more information about this latest one. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you. And with that, I think that concludes our business for the morning, and we'll be back here at 1 o'clock.
Great.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
I don't know what else we can do. Hey everyone, my computer is giving me an error message, so hold on one sec.
Apparently the chair is in error.
I think it's that my computer is as cold as I am after doing a marriage outside. I'm still so cold.
God. But how exciting and wonderful.
Yeah, it was awesome.
So, Sam, good job this morning.
Thank you, Representative.
Well, I know you had to kind of shuffle people around and change the agenda a little, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem. It happens.
And Jan, thanks for your questions. And I don't know if we'll ever get to a point where we have everything coordinated and collaborated, but we can keep trying.
Oh, I'm sorry. What did you say? I was speaking.
I was just saying thank you for your questions this morning. I said I don't know if we're ever going to get to a point where we have all the different everybody, speaking to one another and collaborating with one another.
Well, would this be an inappropriate time to drop the phrase interagency coordinating council?
Well, and actually, when you move over to Health and Human Services, it gets worse. When you have a discussion over there, in education, it's a little bit, it's less confusing than when you go over to Health and Human Services. So.
Thank you. I'll try to be appropriate. It's a struggle.
And Representative Stearns, did you make it through the morning session okay?
I did, and please don't confuse my silence with lack of interest. I'm like a sponge up here in Guilford, Maine. And I know there's a comeback to that, Representative Brennan, and I'm glad that you held it.
No, I was going to say I would never look at you as a sponge.
No,
but obviously it only takes one of you to represent 20 or 25 towns, and it takes 10 of us in Portland to represent one.
It's a definite city mouse, country mouse type thing. But I wanted to thank both you and the senator for and particularly our staff for how smoothly things have gone under these adverse conditions. It's you're all doing a great job.
So how many towns do you represent?
Well, it's approximately, I think 12 towns, a couple of 2 or 3 plantations, and all of the unorganized territories all the way up through above Mount Katahdin.
Wow.
Yeah. So it's whenever I grab my fly rod, I say that I'm going on a legislative junket.
Yeah. And I can walk from one end of my district to the other in a half hour.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. With
but I'd probably bump into Representative Crockett along the way.
Representative Harlow and I used to serve together on the Inland Fisheries and Wildlife Committee, Denise.
Yep.
And I would rattle off all my towns, and it would 15 minutes later, she would say, "Oh, and I represent 3 streets in Portland or whatever her district," and we'd get a chuckle.
Well, I have her district.
Oh, there you go.
So I'm looking to see where the senator is. I don't see her at this point.
I'm not sure if you were on yet, but Senator Daughtry said she was having a little bit of trouble with her computer.
Oh, okay.
Still warming up from being outside.
Okay.
It literally turned off and on. I think we're good now.
Well, okay. And we do have, Sam, we have the representatives from DOE here.
Yep, they're starting to line up in the waiting room. I see 3 so far.
Okay. There are more?
That's a good question. Hillary, do you know the number of people that'll be?
I don't have the total number. I suspect I think they're going to do a share screen PowerPoint presentation. And I suspect they may have some additional people on, maybe not necessarily to present, but to answer any specific questions that come up.
Okay.
But I suspect it'll mostly be Joanne Allen and Tyler Backus.
Okay. Jan, do you have a question?
So does that mean that we're not going to have a split screen this afternoon to try to juggle documents back and forth? They'll be doing it.
I believe they'll be going through the presentation, sharing their screen. Yes.
Thank you. Great.
Dave?
Yeah, I got to do it again. It's Monday afternoon and I've got 3 elderly constituents. One's younger than I am and 2 of them are older, and they are just scrambling to get appointments, and they don't have laptops and stuff like that. So at about 5 minutes of 2, as I did last week, and I was successful last week, I got 6 people registered. I got to do it again, and I'll be back as quickly as I can, but I won't leave until 5 minutes of 2.
No worries. That's all.
Same here.
Well, if you can get vaccines for members of the committee, we would be deeply appreciative.
But Mike, you got to be at least 70.
I'm working on it. I just can't seem to add those 3 years quick enough.
In Midcoast Hospital here in Brunswick, we just opened our clinic in the recreation center, and they're doing an amazing job. A lot of my constituents who are really struggling to get appointments just got them, including my mother texted me this morning to say that she got her Fauci ouchie. So,
well, I got my vaccination Friday morning. I had a 9 o'clock appointment. I got there at 10 minutes of 9, and I was sitting in the waiting area at 9 o'clock for my 15 minutes to go by. It was just slick, just amazingly well organized.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Okay, Sandra, I think we're ready.
I think we're ready as well. So let me just pull up the participants link. We've got everyone in here. Oh, Sam, am I not a co-host so I can't see who's in the waiting room?
Oh, sorry about that, Senator. I'll change it now. And I just let them in too for you.
Even easier. I was gonna say, I gotta figure out what I'm gonna use for a gavel this time. Guess we'll stick with the candles for now, but good afternoon. Welcome back to the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs. I'm Senator Maddie Daughtry. I think we'll skip with introductions for now, but we're excited to welcome back the Department of Education to go over the school funding formula. So unless I see any questions from the committee, I think we'll jump right in. Ms. Allen, are you gonna kick everything off to begin? Perfect, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Joanne Allen, the Director of School Finance and Operations for the Department of Education. You are very fortunate this afternoon in that you will not have to listen to me talk about the school funding formula. We have 2 members of our school finance team who live and breathe the formula and actually really enjoy working with the math. And that's what we're going to talk about this afternoon. We're going to talk about the math so that you all have context when policy decisions come in front of you. We're not going to talk about policy. We all have our opinions of the funding formula, even us internally. We're going to talk about the math and how it works. So what we will do is we'll start with Tyler Backus, who's our school finance coordinator, and Paula Gravel, who is also a school finance coordinator. Tyler leads the team. Paula works with the formula. She creates the 279s. She works with our IT staff to do all the programming. So these 2 are really up to their elbows in it. They have a presentation for you, and we'll share that in hard copy or virtual copy afterwards. And the team likes to take questions as they go, so feel welcome to ask a question. If we can't answer it, we will certainly get back to you. But that way we won't forget your questions and we'll be able to respond in context. So with that, I will let Tyler and Paula take it away.
Good afternoon. So I think
Paula needs to actually be able to share her screen as she has the presentation.
Should be able to.
Okay.
You want me to go ahead and start that now, Tyler?
Yeah, why not? So we
Okay.
can.
Okay, tell me if you see EPS. PowerPoint, you do. Okay,
Yep.
Thank you for that, Senator Daughtry. Tyler, do you want me to just go ahead and you can kind of jump in as we go, or okay?
Yep, you can go ahead. That worked pretty well when we did it with MSMA. So.
Okay. Okay, so before we do start, I will just, my name is Paula Gravel, and I've been working in the department for 10 years, specifically with the EPS funding formula. And what we've prepared here is just an overview of what the Essential Programs and Services formula is and how it works. And hopefully that will give you enough information to be able to do your jobs better as you are trying to work for the state of Maine and all of us. So I will go ahead and start with some background. Essential Programs and Services funding formula was designed to ensure that all schools have the programs and resources that are essential for all students to have an equitable opportunity to achieve Maine's learning results. So basically, it's the basis. It's not meant to be everything that a district is going to need for educating all of their students, but it's meant to provide a baseline for every district so that all students in Maine, no matter where they live, have the ability to achieve the learning results. It's designed as an adequacy funding model to provide greater equity in how we do distribute the funds. And it's a cost-driven model in most aspects. Not everything is cost-driven, but most of it is cost-driven. There are still a few parts that are expenditure-driven. We'll get to those later. But it is designed to respond to student needs and is based on years of research. And we do look at each individual student and what their needs are, whether or not they are considered economically disadvantaged, English language learners, things like that. So how do we determine what funds are needed for school districts? As I mentioned, the EPS formula provides an adequacy model, equity statewide, uses the information that is provided to us by each school district, accounts for school district characteristics, their populations, and each student individually.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but my slides don't seem to be moving.
Okay, did that not move?
No, I'm still on the first slide.
Okay. Is anybody else not seeing slide 3 or?
That is correct. Representative Dodge reporting in. The slides are not changing. Thank you.
Okay. Let me see if I can stop sharing for a minute and then try that again. Technology is wonderful, isn't it? When it works well.
It works.
All right, let's see. I think this is the one I need. Maybe I had the wrong slide or the wrong screen. I have 3 screens in front of me. Okay, are you seeing slide 3 now? Okay, I see a couple of nods. Representative Dodge. Okay, wonderful. I'll just go back real quick to slide 2. I pretty much read this, and we will share these with you after the fact, so you'll have them. So slide 3, basically just trying to explain how we determine what funds are needed, and it goes through all of these aspects. It provides the adequacy funding, tries to provide funding equitably throughout the state. In other words, it'll provide a little more funding for districts that may not be able to financially provide for themselves and less for others. Accounts for characteristics within the district, the different student populations, determines a distribution method, because in order to get state funding, there's a local share requirement as well. And so the formula has a distribution method that it has determines to determine a local and a state share. Also establishes a monthly state payment schedule. I like to refer to it as the district's checkbook. They can know exactly what they're supposed to be getting each month. It does fluctuate throughout the year. So the reports that we put out, the ED 279 reports, always have that information up to date. And the preliminary reports are required to be put out according to state statute by February 1st of the prior fiscal year. Well, today is February 1st. I'm happy to say, and I'm sure you know this, we were able to get the FY22 reports out on January 25th. And it was not without stress, but we were happy to be able to finish it and get those out there for the districts, because everybody's trying to figure out their budget, and it's a crazy year. I don't know how we want to handle questions as we go along, if somebody wants to kind of raise their hand, or if Senator Daughtry has something in mind that she would rather do. But I am, as Joanne mentioned, we are open to questions as we go.
I would definitely say jump in if you have a question. I apologize, I dropped out there. Our internet got cut on top of my earlier technology issues. But yeah, definitely jump in with questions. I know this can be a little bit dense, and definitely raise your hand.
Tyler and I actually really think it's a lot of fun, but for some reason, not everybody does. I haven't quite figured that out yet. So yes, it can be dense, I've heard, but we do try to make it a little less complicated, maybe.
I can remember the light bulb moment when it all started to click for me. Senator Woodson, I see, has a question.
Okay.
Oh, Senator Woodson.
Okay, yeah, I'm not hearing her speak. I don't know if I'm the only one or not.
Oh.
Huh. Can you hear me just fine, but not her?
I can hear you, yes.
Oh, Paula, can you try speaking again for just a little bit to see if Senator Woodson can hear you?
Yes, and I've adjusted my mic a little bit. Senator
Okay,
Woodson?
I can hear it now.
Okay, I'll try to keep my mic right in front of my mouth. Sometimes that causes a problem. Please let me know if anybody else is having trouble. I will admit I do much better when we're in person. So I miss being there in person with the rest of you. This technology-based presentation isn't my favorite, but we will do our best. Okay, first I want to just give a quick review of what EPS is not. This is what we are not expected to come out of what EPS, the calculation is. It is not a prescription for how these funds should be spent. We are not telling every school district that they need to spend a certain amount on pre-K and K-12 and the different other aspects of the formula. We're not telling them exactly how to spend their money. That's all a local decision. But this is a way of determining how much they might need for every aspect of education. So the decisive amount to be spent on education in a school district is not determined by this formula. We aren't telling them how many teachers they should have for the number of students. However, we are going to provide a certain amount based on a teacher-student ratio that has been determined as the baseline, as what's necessary, as we mentioned earlier. So that's basically what we wanted to explain here. How they budget, how they spend is their decision. It's a local control state. How much to budget and spend is completely up to them. We are providing what we believe is the basic requirements to be able to achieve the learning results. And then we provide a certain amount of funding based on equitable need throughout the state. Now on slide 5, why EPS? Why this formula? Well, as I mentioned earlier, it's had years of research. I actually worked before coming to the DOE. I worked for David Silvernail at CPAIR in MEPRI for 8 years while many of this was being created I was working with him. And now I'm on the other end, working with the formula itself. It was kind of a neat transition that I really have enjoyed. So EPS is providing the state with a way of establishing a minimum sufficient funding level for achieving the state learning results. And I know I keep saying that, but just trying to make sure everybody understands what it's doing, what the expectation is. And an equitable way to distribute the funding responsibility between local and state. This is just a neat little, I know I've shared this before, and so some of you have already seen it, but this is showing 3 young boys who are trying to watch a baseball game. Now, as you can see, their heights are very different. So if we were using an equality formula where everybody got the exact same amount, everybody had the same box, you know, one, it still isn't going to be able to see at all, which, by the way, I would be that one. I'm only 5 feet tall. But if we provide enough funding so that everybody has an equal opportunity to see at the same level, that's what EPS is striving to do. Is it perfect? No. But I really do believe after 10 years of working in it, that it does a pretty decent job. So that's why EPS. And now pie. I wish I could give you pie. This is my favorite way of explaining how we distribute the funding. So the first thing we need to do before we get into the numbers is the whole point of the calculation is to determine, first of all, how much pie do we need for the entire state, how much funding, and then, okay, how much is the state able to contribute towards that need, and how do we distribute the pie equitably throughout the state? So think of it in terms of pie. We'll get back to pie later. I'm hoping there's some chocolate cream pie somewhere.
I wish.
All right. Me too. So we're going to dig into the calculations now. Now, I love this. Tyler loves this. We're kind of geeky. We realize that. But if it gets to be a little weedy for you, please let me know and I'll slow down. But hopefully we've got some tools to help you further, especially if today's presentation isn't quite enough. But we're just going to go through what we refer to as the ED 279 report, which has 6 sections, and each section has a specific purpose within the calculation. And so we're going to go through what each of those sections are for, and the information, the data that we use to calculate them, and then how we get to the final result, which is the funding for each district. So we'll start with each section, and as you can see, each section has a purpose. Section 1, we determine the EPS rates, which is used as a multiplier to determine how much funding a district may need for their specific students. Then we do determine those basic operating cost allocations using that EPS rate multiplier. And then in section 3, we look at other operating costs. That's where we look at special ed, gifted and talented, transportation, bus purchases, and construction, school construction. And then finally excuse me? Oh, I think I heard myself echo, and so I thought somebody had a question.
No, there seem to be quite a few internet and power outages going on throughout the states. Representative Millette is going to have her power out again, and my internet started 4 times. So,
oh my,
like come and go. And if anyone has problems, don't forget you can always check in with Sam, our clerk, and he can make sure that you get reset up. So there've been enough. I've seen people coming in and out. I felt like I should issue that warning.
Okay, good to know. The storm hasn't started yet, has it? No, maybe it has in some places.
Storm.
So section 4 is where we determine how, the first 3 sections we've determined how much each district is going to need. Then in section 4, we determine how to determine how much the local town is able to contribute and the state will contribute towards that cost of education. And then in section 5, we look at other adjustments that may be needed. And then finally, section 6, as I mentioned, is the checkbook page where it shows the schedule of payments for the year. So we'll start with section 1. This is where we determine those per pupil rates, which, as I mentioned, is a multiplier used in the following section. This is looking at each district and what it costs to operate a school in that district. So we are looking at actually operating a school. We're looking at the students that attend the school. So these are attending the school, actually in a seat in that school. And whether or not they are living in that district or not, they are attending school in that district. So that's what the attending school students means. We look at the cost of operating. So we're going to look at the attending students. We're going to look at the staff positions that EPS has determined are required. Now remember, we're only looking at the cost of education for regular education. This does not look at special ed. This does not look at any other supplements needed for additional supports that students may need. This is basic level education for everybody. We add those other required additional supports in the next sections, okay? So this is simply to find a basic EPS per pupil cost to operate a school in each district. Before you ask, I'll go ahead and try to explain what happens because many districts in the state don't even operate a school. So what we do for them, everybody needs an APS rate because that's the multiplier that we use to allocate costs. What we do for those that don't operate a school is we look at the actual school that the students that live in their district are attending, and we determine a weighted EPS rate based on where those students are attending. So if you live in a district, for instance, that Chelsea sends their students to many schools, some private, some public. So for that town, what we do is we look at all of the students that live in Chelsea, and we find out where they're attending, and we look at the EPS rate for the school they're attending, and then we determine a weighted average EPS rate based on that. So every district is going to have an EPS rate, but what we're mainly looking at here is the cost of operating a school. We use 8 staff positions, and those staff positions, which I don't have them in front of me right now, are teachers, teachers, guidance, librarians, health, ed techs, library techs, clerical, and school administrators. Those are the 8 staff positions that we are looking at to determine the cost of a district, operating a school in a district. So EPS has determined a ratio of students to staff that we use on a regular basis. And as you may have heard, one of the adjustments this year that the governor is recommending has to do with the ratio of students to staff because of COVID. And so what we figured out was what's happening is there are less students, but mainly it's less students and not less staff. Because of COVID, they weren't able to really adjust their staff accordingly like normally would happen. And so it was recommended that the ratio be lowered by 1 to accommodate for that, for this very strange year with COVID. And so that was one of the adjustments that was recommended. And what that did was that provided every district with a higher EPS rate to account for the fact that they're still having to staff those positions without having as many students to provide that subsidy calculation. So just in case you were wondering what that has to do with. When we do page, sorry, I still call it page 1, we're going to section 1. When we do section 1 calculations, what we do is we look at the actual staff at every district in those 8 positions. We look at each of their education level, what's their highest education earned, and how many years have they been teaching.
If
And excuse me?
just real quick, I just saw that we had 2 hands go up, so I just
Oh,
wanted to make.
okay. I can't see, because I have the presentation going, I can't see hands. So if somebody could let me know when there are questions, that would be great.
I'll keep trying to jump in and let you know. So we have Representative Stearns and then Representative McCray.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Paula, this might be a good time to make sure that folks know there's a big difference on these ratios. They are not actual classroom, the amount of children that are in a classroom. And that comes up perennially, and it certainly will this time around when discussion starts to come out about the ratios of student to staff. Those are the full staff of the school, not necessarily a classroom size.
Trying to think of how to respond to that. Right. I'm just opening up one of my ED 279 reports because that will help me to view it better. So yes, what we're looking at is these ratios are split into categories, groups of students. There's the category of pre-K to K. And for instance, I'll just talk about teachers, the teacher position. Normally the EPS says pre-K to K should have a ratio of 15 students to 1 teacher. Okay, now remember, this is regular education. This has nothing to do with special ed, IEPs, or anything like that, okay? So for pre-KK, we're saying 15 to 1 is a standard baseline ratio. For grades 1 to 5, it is normally 17 students to 1 teacher. This year, however, we reduced that to 16 students to 1 teacher. That was the adjustment that we made in the recommended funding level by the governor. 6 to 8. Oh, excuse me.
I agree. My point is, though, that includes art, physical education teachers.
Oh, yes. I'm
music.
sorry.
Yeah, and
Yes.
that's the folks that people don't see. They think that's that ratio is an actual class size, not a student to staff, student to teacher ratio.
Tyler, do you have anything else
Well,
to add?
and I just want to, also note that it doesn't also just include classroom teachers. There's also literary specialists in there as well. And so even though it says teachers, there's some other similar positions that are included within that and within that line.
Do you have any follow-ups, Representative Stearns, or? Okay. Representative McCray.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So this is very much related to Representative Stearns' question or illustration. So, and my numbers aren't right, but let's just suppose that the department figures that there ought to be a ratio of nurses to students of 1 to 500. Okay. If a district has 750 students, then they would be funded at 1.5 nurses, whether they have one or 2 or 3. That's what the funding would be. Is that accurate?
On section 1, yes.
Okay.
It would allocate additional funds towards that. Remember, section 1 is determining an EPS rate, which is a multiplier. We aren't actually funding these positions. We're determining how much of each position they need, and the cost is related to the actual staff they have, because we are using an average, which is I was about to get to, the average salary matrix for the whole state, which is why we look at each individual staff member's years of experience and education level.
Thank you.
Yes.
I'll wait for questions now. So if you want to jump right back in.
Great, thank you. So as I was just saying to Representative McCray, we use this salary matrix, which is a average salary around the state. And as you know, depending on where you live, the salary is going to be different and the cost of living is going to be different. But in order to determine a base level for every district, we need to use the same salary scale. So we use the salary matrix, and we determine how much allocation should be afforded depending on their staff. We then provide a percentage of that funding towards benefits. And then we add in some other support for per pupil costs towards substitute teachers, supplies and equipment, professional development, co and extracurricular student support, system administration, operations and maintenance. So there's some additional funding provided for those. And then what happens is we have to do an adjustment based on the regional adjustment. The reason we're doing this adjustment is because we're using the same salary scale for the entire state. So now we have to say, okay, if you live in a district that actually the cost of living is higher, we really need to bump you up a little bit. We need to adjust you up. But if you live in an area where the cost of living is a little lower, we really should reduce you so that we can even things out. So that is where, hopefully my slides are moving. That is where what I'm sure you've heard people talk about the regional adjustment. And so that's what that is for. It's because we're using that state average salary scale to determine the allocation for those staff members at each district. The labor market areas that we're using for this, I know this is really blurry, and if you we can get you a better version of this. We can even print out, list out exactly which district has which regional adjustment. But basically the one that we're using right now uses Rockland as a 1. So if you think of the cost of living in Rockland as average, everything above and below that is what we're using for a regional adjustment. And I will just reiterate also that each of these aspects of this formula are reviewed every 3 years by MEPRI, and then brought to the Ed Committee to determine whether or not changes should be made. So this is a component that that has been reviewed, and I will say it hasn't been changed since EPS started. Let's see. So again, for the per pupil rates, those are the areas that we look at. We use a 2-year average attending student count. We're looking at October. You've heard of the October 1st enrollment count. We use a 2-year average, so last year's October and the current year's October. We use that average to determine the necessary staffing levels for each of those groups of staff that I mentioned earlier.
I can jump.
We have
a question from Representative Crockett.
Okay.
Representative Crockett, you're up.
Yes, I was just ready to get a pen. You mentioned in just a few moments ago about, the by market of the 25 markets.
35, yep.
If you're at 35 markets, you're either up or below Rockland.
Mm-hmm.
But then you mentioned that these have not been adjusted since EPS started.
That's correct.
So I'm curious, when did EPS start?
FY6.
Okay.
2005, 2006.
Okay. So about 15 years, it's been the same. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Don't see any other questions, so let's jump right back in.
Okay. So as I mentioned, we're using that 2-year average. That is purposeful to buffer any big jumps or declines in attending student counts. And once we have all of this information, we use it to determine what the EPS rate is going to be. Sorry, I'm going to go back a little bit here. I really probably should have another slide here. I apologize. Between 1 and before we get to 2, what we do is we take the cost of all of those, and you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to share. No, yes, I can do that. I can share because these are public documents. I'm going to share an ED 279 off the web real quick, just so you can see page 1, section 1, which is what I've just been referring to. And these are public documents, and I'm going to show you later actually how you can access them yourself if you don't know. Is there anybody who wants me to pull up their district? First one to say wins.
Sure.
Okay.
I was going to offer to pull up mine. It's already up on my screen.
Which one is that? Representative Salisbury, which one is that?
Westbrook.
Westbrook?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will use Westbrook as our example today. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
And let's
Because
see.
I'm going to need to explain it on Wednesday night. So.
Oh, well, there you go.
Again.
All right. So I'm going to stop sharing the presentation for a second so that I can now share this screen. And I think this is the right one. Like I said, I have a whole bunch of things open. Are you seeing Westbrook in front of you? You are. I see a thumbs up. Okay. So section 1, that's what I'm showing you now. As you can see, I might need to make it bigger for you, I imagine. Let's see. How's that? Better. Okay. Thank you, Representative Dodge. I can see your thumbs up. I don't see a lot of people, but I see you. Okay, so I just want to show you, this is attending pupil counts. Again, these are the ones that are actually attending school in Westbrook. Whether they live in Westbrook or not, they're attending school there. So these are their counts from October 2019 and October 2020. These are the ratios. I don't know if you can see can you see my cursor? You can. Okay, good. Because that's how I talk, with my hands. So these are where we have the salary matrix information. So for instance, I'll just show you real quick for teachers. The EPS calculation or formula says they should have 147.39. Don't ask how we get the 0.39. It's kind of disgusting. They actually have 170.6. So yes, they are over the EPS recommendation. Now, again, it's a recommendation for base level. So this is not what you're supposed to necessarily staff. Your district is going to know better what you need. This is to determine how much funding should be allocated towards you so that it's fair and equitable throughout the state. It's a baseline. So because you are over slightly by what EPS says, what we have to do, because we are using that salary matrix for all of your staff, we're doing that for all 170 staff members. So that comes out to be $9,083,000 for just these teachers, that salary. So we're actually going to take it and adjust it down to the percentage, 0.86. That's the percentage of EPS that you're over, down to 7.8 million. Let me see if I can find one. Yes, you have a couple. So librarians. This is exactly what was it Representative McCray that was mentioning this earlier? I can't remember who. I apologize. Somebody mentioned that if we aren't funding, if you don't have enough staff to what EPS says, we will fund you more. Well, this is a case of that. The librarians, EPS says they should have 2.97. They only have 2. So we're going to bump you up by 49% from 102,000 to 151,000. And so that's how the formula works. It tries to find that balance from what you actually have to what the formula suggests. And then it splits this amount by elementary and secondary based on the percentage of students in each section, in each area. And then we have where we add in benefits. Here's the extra pupil costs. Regional index, it costs more to live in Westbrook than the average place in Maine. So we bump it up by about 0.08. So we add a little more here.
We do have a question from Senator Woodson real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So you mentioned a library, and they would get in Westbrook. They don't have as many as they could have, and you give them an extra 53,000. the district still has the right or flexibility to spend that anywhere they want to. They don't necessarily have to hire a librarian. Is that correct?
That's correct. As I mentioned in the beginning, this is not a prescription for how districts should spend their money. This is a baseline for how we can fund everybody equitably using the research that has determined the level necessary in order for all students to be able to achieve the main learning results.
It just doesn't seem to add up, though. I mean, I don't know how many districts use the funds for other areas, but that doesn't seem to encourage better education. That's just my opinion.
I understand. I can't really speak to the policy aspects of it. I'm just trying to explain how the formula is set up.
Actually, if I can jump in real quick and ask Ms. Rissler if it would be possible to get, I know there's at least, I think, 1 or 2 MEPRI reports from the last 12 years going over the EPS funding formula and the equity portions of it. I have to say, Senator Woodson, when I first came in and was first on the education committee, I also was looking at this and was like, is this fair? Is this the right way to go? And there's actually been quite a lot of work, and I was on a commission as well with other fellow legislative colleagues that looked into this. So if there's any way we can get those for the committee, just to sort of show some of the legislative history of looking at the fairness and equity of this funding formula, that would be great.
Thank you.
Got it.
Thank you. Representative McCray.
Very quickly. Yes, if they get overpaid for librarians by $50,000, that would be used to offset the 1.3 million that they don't get paid for their teachers. Is that accurate? If they wanted to use it for that.
It's really, yeah, it's a local decision.
Yeah, okay.
How this is again, this page they're not getting that money. This is determining the EPS rate that's going to be a multiplier in the future, in the next section. This is a baseline for operating schools in your district.
Got it.
Is what we're determining here.
Thank you.
So yes, if you know, being up in one and down in another, it's hopefully balancing itself out.
And thank you, Representative Millett, for the reminder. It was the PICUS report was the one that both at the time Senator Millett and myself and former Representative Hubble served on as well. So I think I'm not seeing any further questions, so let's jump right back in.
And just so you're aware, I believe we have those reports all available on our website, on the DOE website.
I spoke too soon. Representative Crockett has a question.
Okay.
Trying to get the video. There we go. Okay. Just a point of clarity for me as I'm looking at this Westbrook sheet, and the formula, the EPS formula is saying teachers should be 147.39, but in reality, they currently have 170.6. Am I reading that properly?
That is correct.
Okay, and would be part of the regional index address that gap?
Not that gap. It addresses the gap that, well, we're already addressing the gap there. That's what the percentage does. That's what this percentage of EPS does. That addresses the gap between the fact that EPS says they should have 147, but they actually have 170. We're reducing the salary amount, which at 170, we came up with 9.1 million. We're reducing it down to 0.86 because they're over. So we're going to reduce it down to 7.8. That's where it gets corrected.
So where does the system get the money to pay those teachers?
We're not paying the teachers in this. This is to determine an EPS rate that we're using as the multiplier for a baseline cost of operating a school in your district. How they pay them and how they use the funding they receive is completely up to each district. All local decisions.
So if I can jump in, Representative Crockett, part of this, trying to find a way to equitably calculate how much each community would get of the state portion of funding. And then it's up to each local school district, SAU, all of the different groups to come together. And then they also have their own local portion that they're paying in. And that local decision-making happens at the school board level on how to do their own budget. So this is one of the confusing parts, is that, this is used as a way to allocate a semi-accurate representation of each community in Maine, instead of just, dividing, we have X amount of schools and we have X amount of dollars and everyone, dividing it by that. It looks at all of these different factors to try to get a more accurate picture of what the district is doing. But at the end of the day, it's up to each school board to take this allocation and make their own individual decisions. This is just the mechanism to determine the amount of money the state is sending. I hope that helps a little bit, maybe.
Well, it does. And of course, it probably will be helpful if I wait to the end when everything is full circle here, and the picture might be a little clearer.
Yeah, I think you'll see once we do add in the other pages, I think you'll see it all come together.
The light bulb moment. Jump right back in.
Senator Daughtry, are we all set, do you think?
Jump back in and hopefully get all of us to the light bulb moment at the end of the spreadsheet.
Okay, so real quick, so we can get off section 1, we've still got 4 more to go. What we've done is we've added up each of these areas. We've come up with a total cost to operate a school at the basic level in this district. For elementary, 12.5 million. For secondary, 5.2 million. We divide that by the average number of attending students for each section, each area, and determine a per pupil cost EPS rate. Elementary of 7,332 per student, and then secondary 7,793 per student. Keep in mind, this is a EPS rate. This is not a tuition rate. This is not how much each school is getting per student. This is what we believe is needed for each student to operate at a basic level regular education. We're going to add in for additional support needs in the next section. I hope that was clear. I'm going to go ahead and switch back to the presentation now. Okay, hopefully you are seeing slide number 10 right now. I'm going to move on now to section 2, where we actually start allocating funds using that those EPS rates from section 1. We are now going to allocate those funds based on each student that this district is responsible for, fiscally responsible for. So this is where we talk about subsidizable students instead of attending students. Attending students on the first section were those actually attending a school in your district. Some districts don't operate schools, so they don't have any attending students, even though they have students that they are responsible for educating. Those are called subsidizable students, also referred to in some cases as resident students. So this is where we look at the subsidizable student counts. Those students that live in your district and your district is responsible for their education, whether they are being educated in your district or in another district. So this is where we're going to start allocating funds for all of those students and additional funds for those that are considered in areas of need, areas of higher need. So we look at 3 categories. We look at 4-year-old and pre-K. I need to fix that. We're just calling it pre-K now. We go have a K to 8 category and a 9 to 12 category. And we use an average. We use the current and prior year October average for K to 12. However, for pre-K, we only use the most recent October. It's in the statute that way. So that's how we do it. So any of these calculations on section 2 of your report, the average is for K to 12, but it's most recent October for pre-K, just because we like to spice things up a bit. See, it's not so dry after all. So this includes those students that are also in your district on a superintendent transfer. I'm sure you've heard of superintendent transfers or superintendent agreements. What that basically does, let's say you live in Gorham, but you're attending school in Westbrook for whatever reason. And the two superintendents agreed to this. So the student who lives in Gorham is now attending in Westbrook, but not paying tuition because it's a superintendent agreement. And so we've actually moved the subsidy from Gorham to Westbrook. And so basically it looks as if in the formula, it looks as if the student lives in Westbrook. The subsidy count is there now. So they get the funding, so there's no need for them to charge tuition. I hope that makes sense. It can be a little confusing. We also look at adult ed courses. This is not paying for adult ed overall. That's a whole nother section of the Department of Ed. This is only for those students that are 16 to 20 years old. They could have counted for subsidy, but they've dropped out. They've dropped out of school. They would have counted for subsidy if they had stayed in school, but they're taking adult ed classes. So we do provide some funding for those. We also provide funding for equivalent instruction. These are students that are homeschooled, but they're taking maybe 1, 2, or 3 classes at the school. So we provide a funding for them, not a full count, but a partial count, depending on how many classes they're taking in the public school. So that's what we refer to as a basic count. We take the counts for each district, multiply it by the multiplier, the EPS rate from section 1, and come up with an allocation, cost of education for each of those lines. Then we start looking at additional weights. We know from research that students that come from economically disadvantaged families often need more support. And so we provide additional weight for them, as well as those that are English learners are going to need more support. So we provide additional weight for them. And so we have counts for them. We determine a disadvantaged percentage for each district and add additional counts for that and multiply that by the EPS rate as well. Then we do have some, whoops, I apologize for that. We do have some that are considered targeted funds. Now, when I said earlier that we don't tell you how to spend your money, we don't, but there are 4 sections that are considered targeted, and you are supposed to try to spend this funding, this specific funding, in these areas. So just so you know, there are 4 areas. It's assessment. We provide funding for the testing that we require. Technology resources. We provide funding for the laptops and whatnot, especially this year. It's really important. 4-year-old pre-K and pre-K to 2. The younger grades, it's been determined really need additional support, so we provide additional funding for that. And then a second economically disadvantaged fund that is targeted towards helping those that maybe need additional tutoring, after-school supports, things like that. So those are the additional ones that have been provided. And then finally, we have something called isolated and small school adjustments. Now in Maine, as you are aware, many schools are very isolated and also small, especially island schools. And so because of that, they can't get the economies of scale like maybe a Westbrook can, or districts that are not quite as secluded. And so the formula provides an adjustment for those that are considered isolated and small. You do have to be both. You can't be isolated or small. So that's some additional funding that's provided to try to offset the additional cost. Oops, that's section 3. Wow, I quickly went from section 2 to section 3. So again, I'm going to show you Westbrook's section 2. No questions right now? Y'all getting tired of me talking? I'm just, all right, let's see. Okay. Did I do the right one? No? trying to share the ED 279, but it looks like it shared the presentation again.
It looks like it was the right one.
Oh, it was? I apologize. It didn't show it right on mine, so.
Yeah, just advance your page. You're still on page 1.
There we
go.
Do you see it? Page 2? Okay, great.
Subsidizable pupils.
Okay, good. Subsidizable includes superintendent transfers. So as you can see, we use the October 2019 and October 2020 numbers. We come up with the average, except for the pre-K. Pre-K is only the most recent October that we use in the formula, which you can see that down here. So the basic counts, we take the number of pupils, multiply it by that EPS rate, come up with an allocation, cost of education. There's the equivalent instruction. So they have a few students that are taking a class here and there. So homeschool students, that's what we give them for that. They have a 61.8% disadvantaged rate. So we give them a 15, we additional pupil count as well as a weight of 0.15 times the EPS rate. English learners, they have a significant amount of English learners. And so they get an additional weight there of 0.525 to help with that learning area. And then the targeted funds, again, it's an EPS targeted amount is a per pupil amount that we inflate every year for a inflation rate. And then the pre-K, K2, and disadvantages amounts are also, again, using that EPS rate. And obviously, Westbrook is not isolated or small, so they don't get that adjustment. But in the end, the costs on this page, cost of education for Westbrook at this point is $22.5 million. We haven't included special ed or gifted and talented or transportation or debt service, any of that yet. So this is all before those big ticket items, so to speak. All right. Any questions on that one? Section 2? Tyler, you want to take over for a few minutes on section 3?
Sure.
Give
Yep.
me I can run the PowerPoint if you want.
Yep. I didn't open it, so.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
There. Hopefully that shows section 3, slide 12.
Yep. So in section 3A and really section 3B, which is teacher retirement, we are looking at more of an expenditure-driven model versus the first section being more of the cost-driven model. So here, of course, we have, as noted, the gifted and talented program, and this is simply just a comparison of if the school administrative unit submitted a budget for their gifted and talented program that was approved by the department, and then we look at your actual expenditures for that program, and the district will get the lower of the two. We do make an inflation adjustment for the program because we are looking at expenditures that are 2 years old, and so we do that after the comparison in this case because we're also looking at the budget that was 2 years old. So we'll make that adjustment for inflation after we do that comparison. And actually, I'm going to skip special ed just because it's a little bit more complicated. And so I'll do that after the bus and transportation. So transportation operating, in this case, we're going to look at the actual expenditures for transportation operating. And I just want to note that the operating, because what we don't include in there is the bus purchases because we're doing that separately. So we look at the expenditures from 2 years ago, we inflate those up front, and then we create a range based on those expenditures of 90% to 105%. And then once we've created that range, then then we'll actually look at what the allocation was from the previous year and see where that previous year allocation fell. So if it was below the 90%, you'll get 90% of your inflated expenditures from 2 years ago. If your previous year allocation falls in the middle of that range, then you'll get whatever that allocation was the previous year. And then if it's above the 105%, then you would get the 105% of your inflated expenditures from 2 years ago. And so in doing this, like, so when we do the FY22 allocation, we're going to look at FY20 expenditures and then the FY21 allocation. And so those are the two components that we're looking at to create this. So then, of course, because we didn't look at bus purchases as part of transportation operating, we do that as a separate program. And so the actual approved bus purchase program is actually, this is operated by Pat Hinckley in the department. And so she has a whole process on who is approved in the first round versus the second round. And then of course we have emergency bus purchases that occur as well. So as long as you fall somewhere within one of those, we would use the bus purchase price. So I will note, so the approvals will actually happen. You get approved the first year, you'll buy the bus in year 2, and then in year 3, you'll start getting allocation for that bus. And so I say start getting allocation because as part of your application and approval, you'll actually determine, am I going to buy this bus cash? Am I gonna do a term period for that bus purchase? And if you choose to do a term period for that bus purchase, then we're gonna take that approved amount and spread it out amongst that term. So in some cases, districts really like to buy those purchases or do a cash purchase, pay for it all in 1 year, and then that purchase is done. Other districts like to spread it out amongst many years, up to 5 years. And so we would spread that allocation out. And it's important for, we always remind the districts, if you choose to make a 5-year bus purchase, pay that off over 5 years. If you pay it off early, you will only get, so if you choose, you had some extra cash in year 3, you pay it off, that means you're not going to get the subsidy, or you're not going to get the allocation in year 4 and 5, because we're not going to see those expenditures in year 4 and 5.
If I can just interrupt, we have a question from Representative Stearns.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. More of a comment, I think, back on gifted and talented programs, and a little bit of an explanation that Tyler wouldn't have the leeway to be able to say, giving an objective presentation from the department. But another way to look at those monies, in 2006, when EPS began, those school systems or schools that had gifted and talented programs at the time, they had funded them the year before, however they had funded them. They were pretty much approved and moved forward to the next year. So since that time, for a school that did not have a gifted and talented program, in order for them to get one, they would have had to come up with their own resources, sometimes through some very difficult financial periods in our history, in order to fund that program up front and to get state reimbursement afterward. Now that's around $14 million currently in the state of Maine, that there are school systems that have never had gifted and talented since EPS began. And I just wanted to point that out as we look for equity in dispersing funds statewide. To me, that seems problematic.
So I'm gonna move, I think, so thank you for that Representative Stearns. And then I'm gonna move on to special ed. So this is probably by far within the formula, one of the more complicated portions of the, and especially to understand. So the special ed, I tend to think about the special ed formula as almost two separate formulas within itself. And so what there is there is a cost formula within the special ed allocation, but then at the end we look at expenditures, and there's a reason for that. And so whether it works well or not is a different discussion, but so the special ed formula has a few different steps within it. And so the first step is we take those EPS rates that were developed in section 1 of the EPS formula, and we use those rates. And so what we come up with is a weighted average rate, EPS rate for that particular school district. And so we're weighting based on each and every kid that is the responsibility of that school district. And so we come up with this weighted EPS rate. And then for the first 15% of your special ed rate, and so I'm going to refer back to, I think Jill Adams this morning noted the state average special ed rate was in the 18% range. So we look at each school district individually, but so the first 15% of your population that's special ed, we provide 1.5 times your weighted EPS rate. And so we take this amount, and then of course, so given as Jill said, the state average is 18%, we have a whole nother section of special ed students for which under step 1, we didn't provide any funding. And so then in step 2, we provide additional funding for those students, but not at 1.5 times your weighted EPS rate, but at 0.38 of your EPS rate. So we do that for the remainder of your special ed students.
Ask a quick question. We have
Yep.
a question from Representative Millette wondering if there's a similar screen like we did with Westbrook to help visualize the special education funding formula or the funding portion.
Sure. So let me.
Thank you.
It'll take me just a moment, but I'll bring up what we have up on the web. Oh, you know what? I might be able to get to it through a folder quicker.
And one thing I would offer, Tyler and Paula will be thrilled when I say this, but I think as you, perhaps if you've got some bills this session that deal with the special ed allocation, we might come back and do, a mini clinic on that, because this is a pretty complex formula. And I would offer, before we get to CTE, I would offer the same for that too. So don't feel that you have to absorb it all today.
Yeah, I think that's definitely looking at the bill load that we have coming before the committee, that would be wise to have it go through that, little mini brush up clinic.
All right, so I'm just waiting for this to open up, and then I'll share it. All right, so. I'm going to share the document. Not my screen. So, okay, so it should have up on the screen an Excel sheet that has 4 different tabs. So I guess because we've been using Westbrook, we can continue on with Westbrook, and I'll scroll down to Westbrook. And so you will notice, of course, we have a number of stars on this sheet, and this is why I wanted to share this versus other documents. So any of our districts that have less than the main DOE's end value for privacy rights per FERPA, of course, so we'll blank those out and don't share those numbers. So that's why you see those double stars in a bunch of different cells. So when we look at Westbrook, you know, so the student population is 2,379, and their special ed population, excluding state agency clients and state wards or foster care students, is 475. And we exclude state agency clients and foster care students because those are 100% funded by the state already through a separate pool of money. And so we pay those districts for those students on a reimbursement basis. So we can see with Westbrook that their prevalence rate or their rate of special ed is 19.97, which is above that 15%. So only the first 357 students are we going to provide this 1.5 times. So for Westbrook, their weighted EPS rate was the $7,462, and the 1.5 times of that is $11,193. So for the first 15% or the 357 students, we're going to provide them $3,995,901. And then for the rest of the 475 students that we didn't provide 1.5 times, we're going to provide that 0.38%. So what that comes out to is $2,835.56 per student that we're going to provide, for a total of $334,596.08. So that's going to get added to their to this allocation for special ed. We can also see here now Westbrook, because they have more than 20 special ed students, we don't provide them a size adjustment. So that size adjustment is only provided for those districts with 20 or less special ed students. So we can see, you know, districts like Winterville will get that size adjustment because they have 6 special ed students. So they'll get that adjustment over here, and that's the only one we're seeing on the screen here that would get that adjustment. After we do the base prevalence and size adjustment, we get to the high cost in district. And so I think each year we've noted to the committee this part of the special ed formula does not work currently. We used to collect data around the high cost in district students, and I don't know how many years we actually collected it, but I can tell you we haven't collected it since I've been on the team, and I've been on the team since early 2014 or late 2014. So I've done this for a number of years, and we've never collected data for this component. So what we're doing currently is taking the amount that they received last year, inflating that amount by the, you know, whatever what we determine is the inflation rate, and of course we're using CPI data to do that, and some other data factors. But so we have a calculated inflation rate that we use for all these components. So we add that inflation amount, and then they get a new amount. So and I said earlier, of course, this is broken because of course special ed students move from place to place, and of course special ed populations are much higher than when the formula was created. So it's not taking into account those adjustments that are occurring. But it is currently what's in statute, so we continue to do this. And then after we've added up all those components, and so that's our that's the portion of the formula that is a cost basis formula. After we've done that, because the federal government, as part of the IDA law, requires districts to spend a certain amount, and it's in comparison to, you know, what they spent in previous years, and it does get adjusted for population. So we do a very similar, though I mean it is slightly different, but we do a similar high cost, or we do a similar maintenance of effort adjustment. Now, I'll say I try to call this now the EPS maintenance of effort adjustment to help provide clarity between this isn't the same thing as the local entitlement maintenance of effort adjustment. They're similar calculations, but they're not the same calculation. So when we do the maintenance of effort adjustment, so first, one big difference between the two maintenance of effort adjustments is in the local entitlement adjustment, they're actually looking at all the special ed expenditures. We do not look at all the special ed expenditures. We look at salaries and benefits. We looked at any contracted services that are being provided. So when I say salaries and benefits, that includes your administrative costs for special ed. We look at professional development, and we look at any tuition and board costs for the students. So when we look at contracted services, we're looking at whether you're paying an actual contractor or whether you're paying another district to provide that service. And so just to be clear that we're looking at, you know, no matter what, we are looking at what, you know, where that expenditure is occurring. So of course, I noted that we look at expenditures that are made by another district but are being provided to you, so you're paying them for that cost. So when we do this, what we say is that the net actual expenditures, we then subtract out any revenues that a district receives. So that may be tuition from another school district. It could be any fees that you charged. That would be main care revenues that you receive. And give me just a second as I
was gonna say, I think we hear some puppy dogs.
and now I can't find, I'm gonna stop sharing for just a second. Oh, actually I can mute, sorry.
And no worry on dogs. I have under good authority that quite a large amount of committee members also have their own dogs singing the song of their people. So no worries.
Well, I was concerned on the timing. So my wife just got home with our son. So and our dog barks at anybody who pulls in the driveway. So of course we do subtract out any revenues that are received by the school district. So we end up with, so we end up with our net expenditures. And then we do subtract out, which is now a separate allocation. We subtract out the high cost out of district allocation that the district receives. And I'll talk about that after we finish this portion, how that's calculated. And that's a little bit simpler than other components. But we subtract that out. And so what we end up with is our net expenditures minus the high cost out of district adjustment. And I want to note we do that because we're providing that high cost out of district adjustment based on actual expenditures that were made for those tuition students. So because we're providing allocation for those expenditures in that allocation, we don't want to provide for those expenditures in two different places. So we subtract them out here. And then we take that amount and divide whatever that net expenditure is minus the high cost out of district adjustment, we divide it by your special ed student population in that year. So we're looking at, for FY22, we're looking at FY20 expenditures. So we divide it by your FY20 special ed population. And then we come up with a per pupil rate. And then we're gonna multiply that by your FY21 population. So that's our most recent rate. And then, so there is one little bit tricky thing that we don't necessarily show as a step here. But if your population goes up, you get capped at whatever your net expenditures minus high costs out of district adjustment was from 2 years ago. So you can't go higher. But if you do lose population, special ed students, you will get a little bit lower. So we can see, and in fact, let's scroll back down to Westbrook on this. And so for Westbrook, we can see they either had, so we had $5,195,019 in FY20 expenditures, and we see that same amount in column H. So that means that either they had the same population or they had a higher population, because we're going to cap it at that amount. We can see from other districts, so like, for instance, Wells-Ogunquit, theirs went down slightly from this amount over here. So their special ed population from FY20 to FY21 must have gone down a little bit. And again, because of FERPA reasons, we don't include all the special ed counts on here. So it makes it a little bit more abstract because you can't see that number we're dividing by and multiplying by. But we can tell that their special ed population must have gone down, whereas Westbrook's must have stayed the same or gone up. We then compare this number that we now have and compare it back to the formula amount that we created on the previous 4 steps. And then we're going to provide an adjustment based on that. And this is the EPS maintenance of effort adjustment that's calculated. And this is where we get into this still being an expenditure-based formula. And I don't know offhand exactly how many districts are getting the maintenance of effort adjustment. It was very high. I think it was above 80% at one point in time. We made a tweak to the formula a few years ago, and that number went below 50%. I know we are above 50% of districts getting the maintenance of effort adjustment again, but I don't know the exact number. So for Westbrook, we can see then that their adjusted EPS special ed allocation is this $5,195,019.74, and that's being based off from their expenditures and not off the formula. And so we can see though districts that that are based off the formula, we can tell those just by seeing these zeros here. So there are a number of districts, but again, I don't know exactly how many there are. The high cost out of district allocation, we are looking at the actual cost for tuition and board from 2 years ago. We look at those expenditures and compare them to a rate. And so that rate is determined by the type of placement. So are they going to a regional placement? Are they going to a public placement? Or are they going to a private placement? We provide funding sooner at a lower cost for students that are going to a regional placement. So the regional placements are the collaboratives of more than one school district getting together and setting up a regional special ed program. Versus are those students going to a public school placement So that's going from if Westbrook happened to have a student at, say, Portland, going to a program run by Portland. Maybe Portland was able to offer a program that Westbrook wasn't within their schools. And so Westbrook sends their student over to Portland to get their special ed education. So that would be an example of a public school placement. Any of the private school placements are going to be schools like Spurwink or Sweetser, John F. Murphy Homes. There's a number of them. There's a list of them, in fact, on the department's website. And so any of those private placements, we would fund only once those costs were over 4 times the average EPS rate. And again, so when we talk about that average EPS rate, we would go back. So each school district, of course, we come up with, and actually I need to correct myself there, to get that average rate, what we're actually doing is adding up the cost. So we can see this $2 million or $283 million. We would then add in this $15.6 million and then add in this $1.26 million, add those 3 numbers together and divide by the number of special ed students. And that's how we get that average rate that we then use for the high cost added district adjustment. And so again, if you're at a regional program, we'll start paying at 2 times. If you're at a public, we start paying at 3 times. And if you're at a private placement, we start paying at 4 times. So I'm going to go ahead and stop sharing that. And I'm going to let Paula talk about debt service.
Perfect timing. I just had to check on mom. So, all right. Debt service. Okay. Wasn't that exciting? That's the one that my eyes glaze over on. Sorry. Everything else I find fun, but not so much the special ed calculation is my admission to you. That's why I let Tyler take over that one. Or ask Tyler to, I should say. Okay, let's see. Back to our presentation. Oh, let me try that again.
Paula, while you're getting that up, Representative Crockett has a question. It might be for Mr. Bacchus, so.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think it is for Tyler. You mentioned in your presentation that the statutes in special education need to be updated for better accuracy. Is there any legislation being submitted this session to address that issue?
Or do you want to go, Joanne?
Yeah, actually, so Representative Crockett, as someone mentioned, MEPRI reviews the model components every 3 years. They're on a rotating schedule. And we would have the most recent special ed report up on our webpage, but they're also in the middle of another study right now. So once they complete those, they usually come back and present that information to the committee in the context of some bills that you're working. We don't have any specific legislation on the table right now, but that will be forthcoming, an updated report from MEPRI.
Any follow-ups, Representative Crockett?
No, that was great. Thank you for that info.
Perfect. I think we're ready to jump right back in.
Okay, hopefully you can see slide 12. We're going to hopefully get through these. This is taking a little longer than I think we expected, but hopefully it's helpful to you. Okay, so Tyler went over the other subsidizable costs, gifted and talented, special ed, transportation, bus purchases. Oh, by the way, just a clarification on the bus purchases. What we do is we allocate funds based on a state bid value initially, and then once the purchase is complete, we provide funding either based on the actual price paid or the bid value that was approved, whichever is less, just for clarification purposes on that one. Teacher retirement, the normalized cost, just so you know, That information comes directly from Maine PERS. So all of the information that we have on the ED 279 reports for each district comes directly from Maine PERS based on what they collect. So it's not a calculation that we do, it's an allocation that we provide based on information they provide. Debt service. So for construction projects that are either new buildings, new schools, or additions, renovations to schools that have been approved for state subsidy, only those approved for state subsidy are included on the ED 279 reports. We add payments for principal and interest. The bonds are all usually 20-year bonds. So for 20 years, they will be receiving principal and subsidy allocation from the state for the approved fund of the bond. If there is either a local only portion or a local only project, those bonds and those amounts do not appear in the 279 at all. So that funding is on the local side only. There's no state share, so it doesn't appear in the state ED 279 report. I just wanted to clarify that. There are a lot of, there can be some confusion regarding what we report on the 279 report. And I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that it's only the state approved bonds for school construction that are located on these reports and part of the allocation. We also provide some funding for approved lease and lease purchases for modular classrooms and that type of thing, as well as insured value factor for private school tuition. As you know, there are many districts around the state that do not operate schools, and they either contract with maybe a local private school. Many people still refer to them as town academies, or maybe they offer choice in their district and students can choose to go to a private school that's been approved to receive public school tuition. They have to be approved to receive it. But if they do, what is allocated here is towards the cost of the insured value factor of the building for private school tuition. And that's all in statute. Everything we're discussing here is all in statute. And it's a great read, by the way, 606B, highly recommend it if you're needing to sleep. Needing to be entertained. Sorry, I think I'm hilarious. I apologize.
We all need
Good. I appreciate that. So that's really the last page of section 3. I'm going to show you our fancy Westbrook ED 279 again, just to give you that aspect. Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Yes, I am. Here we go. Okay, so hopefully you are seeing section 3 of Westbrook's ED 279. Joanne, can you confirm for me? I can see you. Okay. So as you can see, here are the costs that we discussed earlier. Gifted and talented, special ed, high cost out of district, transportation, bus purchases. All of those add up to be about 7.1 million. Add in the teacher retirement, we're up to 30 million. They do have one state approved construction project that's being paid for right now with state funds. The principal and interest are here. Those are paid twice a year, principal once a year, interest twice a year. That's 1.7 million for that. They do have a lease purchase, 29,000. So their total other subsidizable costs on this page are 1.7 million. We add that to the total from the previous page of 22.5 million, and that gives us a total cost of education per EPS formula for Westbrook of 32.1 million. See this number down here. So here we are. We've finally figured out how much Westbrook needs for the basic EPS formula, 32 million, okay? So that's what EPS has determined that they're going to need. Now, the next step is to determine how much of that is going to be local and how much of that is going to be state. Now keep in mind, I'm going to go back to my presentation here. Keep in mind that in order to receive state funds, there has to be a local share, just like in order to receive federal funds, there's always strings attached, right? So there's a string attached. You have to have, there's a required contribution on the local side in order to receive the state funds. Now keep in mind everything that we've just talked about. I'm showing you Westbrook, but we have to do it for the entire state, okay? We have to determine what that cost of education, according to the formula, is for all 266 school administrative units in the state of Maine. And then we need to figure out how to split it up. So remember earlier we talked about pie. Who's getting hungry? I know I am. So now that the total allocation is determined for the entire state, by the way, FY22 total allocation required for the entire state is about 2.193 billion, okay? So Westbrook was 32 million and the whole state is 2.1 billion approximately, give or take a million. These numbers are huge. It still daunts me. So now that we've determined that, now we know how much pie we need for each district. How do we cut up the state share of that pie and equitably distribute the cost between the state and local towns so that those that need more pie get more pie, those that don't. Okay, that's what the next step is all about. So here we are, section 4. Here are the key components that we look at here. Again, we look at subsidizable student counts. These are the ones that the district is fiscally responsible for educating, the ones that either live in their district or they're there on a superintendent transfer. We look at those counts. We look at the total allocations, everything that we just discussed. We sum them up, and the operating allocation from section 2, all of the 3 allocations from section 3. Now, if you're in a combined district, so Westbrook is not a combined district, they are a single town municipality. So for them, it's simple. They are responsible for 100% of the total cost that we've just determined of the 32 million. However, if you're in a combined district, let's say RSU 11, I just moved from RSU 11 recently and lived there most of my life actually. They have 4 towns that are make up that district. So what we need to do now is say, okay, how much is each town going to be responsible for based on the total allocation that we've calculated? To do that, we look at the number of students that are in each town, that live in each town within RSU 11. So we have Gardner, West Gardner, Randolph, and Pittston. Those are the 4 towns. So we split, we find out a percentage using subsidizable counts, resident counts, what percentage of each town makes up RSU 11's student counts. And that's the percentage that each town is going to be responsible for. So we divide that, we figured out that percentage, and that's what each town is responsible for. Then we need to say, okay, well, how much can they afford to pay? Sorry about that. I have a habit of using my scroll button. How much can each town afford to pay? This is where fiscal capacity comes in. The formula uses state valuation by town, which is provided to us every year by Maine Revenue Services, MRS. They provide us each town valuation every year. The formula looks at, for each town, either a 3-year average of the most recent 3 years valuations or the most recent valuation. And in the formula, we use whichever is less, either the 3-year average or the previous year. And that's to provide a buffer so that the towns that maybe are experiencing some increase in valuation, they have time to be able to account for the fact that they're going to be responsible for more cost of education as their valuation increases. Because the formula basically says if you have a higher valuation in your town, your tax base is bigger and you are able to pay more. Your ability to pay is higher than maybe another town that has less. Now, I don't want to get into the specifics because I know there's a lot of feelings about that. But right now, that is the way the formula is set up, and that's how we're determining the local contribution and how much each town can afford, and then thereby determining how much of the contribution is going to come from the state. So we do that. We also need to determine the mill rate. Every year, the mill rate is different. In FY21, the mill rate was 8.18. In FY22, the mill rate is 7.9. It went down. The mill rate basically is, okay, how much of the total cost of education needs to be covered by local towns after the state has determined how much of it they can cover. So let's use an example. I told you that the total cost of education in FY22 this year is just over 2.1 billion. So let's just say 2 billion. Let's just use a round number that the state is going to contribute 1 billion. So half and half. 1 billion the state contributes, 1 billion left for the towns to cover. So we need to determine, based on town valuations of the entire state, what the mill rate needs to be in order to be able to have the towns contribute the need of $1 billion towards the education. I know it can be a little confusing, so hopefully that was as clear as I can probably make it right now. If I had pie, I could make it clearer though. So once we've determined the mill rate, I'm going to show you Westbrook again because I want you to see how we do this. So I'm going to show you them. Okay, hopefully you are seeing Westbrook's section 4. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, we use their average subsidizable pupils, 2,373. If they were a multiple unit, it would be a percentage based on their number of pupils, but they're 100%. So of the cost of 32.1 million, they are responsible for all of that. We look at their 3-year average or most recent, and I'm not sure which one this is, but I can look it up to tell you if you wanted to know. So their the town valuation that we're using for them is 2.1 million. The mill expectation is 7.9. We multiply that by the 2.1, and we come up with an amount that they are able to contribute towards the cost of education of 16.9 million. So we look up here, the total cost came up to 32 million. They can contribute 16, that's right around half it looks like. So the state, if we go down here to section C, here's the total cost, here's what the town can contribute, and here's what the state will contribute, which is the total cost minus the town contribution equals the state contribution. So it's about 15 million. I'll just show you really quickly on the next page, the actual percentage down here. 52% is the local share, 47% is the state share. So in this calculation for Westbrook, it has been determined that they are able to afford just over half of the cost that it's going to be for their the education of the students in their town based on the EPS formula. Really quickly, I'll explain, and I don't have one open here, but let's say that Westbrook was able to afford 33 million. Let's say they had a really high valuation and they could afford 33 million of the cost. Well, the cost is only 32 million. We're not going to charge them 33 million, but they are going to be responsible for covering the entire cost. And so at this level, there would be no state share yet. State share for that type of receiver, which we refer to as a minimum receiver, will be determined later, and I'll get to that on in a couple slides. But I just wanted to kind of show you that on the ED 279 quickly to try to give you the visual on that. So that's how we split the pie. We have to find out how much the state is going to be able to contribute, which is the allocation. And then we have to determine how to split it up amongst the districts. That's where the mill expectation comes in, to determine how much each district is able to afford based on their valuation. Exactly, Representative Millett. That is why EPS is the minimum amount. And there's the additional local that each district must, I won't say must, but often needs to collect in order to provide the education that they want to in each district. So,
Paula,
yes.
Since we're using Westbrook, there's a big piece of Westbrook's budget that we haven't talked about yet. So I know you're probably going to talk about it in the adjustment sections, but it might be good for context to interject that piece of the conversation right now. Which CTE?
Oh, thank you. I did need a little help there. Sorry. My mouth is a little dry. I take care of my mother who keeps my house very warm. So, okay, yes, CTE. I have not added that in yet. So the 32 million that we're seeing for Westbrook is not including the fact that they also operate a CTE center within their district. The additional allocation of funding for that is a separate calculation, and we add that in now on section 5. So we haven't gotten to section 5 yet, but we're almost there. And actually, I'm getting there. So I'm not sharing it yet, but I will. Section 5 is where we say, okay, here's what the cost is based on the EPS allocation. But there are some additional adjustments that need to be made. Some of those adjustments are for minimum receivers, those that aren't getting any state share yet. Some of them are for CTEs. So Westbrook is definitely going to be getting additional funding for their CTE. And I think before I show the slide presentation again, I will go ahead and show you what that amount is on the ED 279 for Westbrook. So thank you for bringing that up then, Joanne. So here's section 5. We know that the total allocation is 32 million. The local contribution so far is 16.9 million, and the state contribution is 15. So now they don't have any adjustments within section A. That's where the minimum receiver adjustments would show up. But they do have other adjustments. Now, these other adjustments are specifically to state side only. In other words, the state contribution increases, but it doesn't change the local contribution at all. Minimum receiver adjustments will lower the local contribution and increase the state contribution. I'll explain that a little more later. But as you can see, career and technical education is line 6. So Westbrook is receiving an additional 2.5 million for the CTE allocation. So that's towards their CTE. That is now a cost-driven, mostly, formula, another mini formula within the formula that is used to determine how much they will need based on students and staff and all of those similar categories that the bigger EPS formula uses are in a mini formula for CTE. I'm not going to get into the details of that one, but we will get into it later, as Joanne mentioned before, because I know that there are some bills related to that this year. But this is where that allocation would come in for those districts that run centers. We also provide allocation of funding to those regions that are outside of districts. So this is where that funding comes in. It's an additional funding that comes on top of the state contribution. So unless there's some questions, I'm going to go back to my slideshow. And do we need to stop right at 3, or are we good to keep going? I think this is going to take a while, not a lot longer.
No worries. I think we're all set. I'm not seeing any shaking hands from the committee, so I think we're good to slug on. I do know this is a dense material, but very important. And I promise there's a light bulb moment at the end of this.
It shouldn't be too much longer, I promise.
No worries. Thank you so much for all this. Okay. Seeing no questions, I think we're ready to keep going.
Okay, so here we are back at the presentation. We're going on to section 5 now. We've discovered how much pie we need and how we're going to distribute it. But now there are some other adjustments we need to consider for those, as I mentioned, that are not getting anything from the state. Everybody gets something. Even if it's a minimum amount, everybody gets something. So this is where we look at those. And I was just showing you the section 5 where it shows the total contributions. Section 5A, adjustments for both state and local, those are minimum receiver adjustments. And then section 5B, where we add to the state side only. Either add or subtract, I should say, because there are sometimes we take money away from the allocation, depending on what it is. There could have been some sort of audit adjustment or main care seed adjustment. Happens 4 times a year. So section 5, here are the adjustments that we do in section 5. The minimum receiver adjustments are one of 4 adjustments. You're either a minimum state allocation receiver. In other words, you don't qualify for a special ed adjustment or any of the other adjustments, but you're going to get a minimum of 5% of the cost of the allocated cost that we've calculated. There are only a few of those. The majority of minimum receivers get 50% of their special education allocation. That's the majority. So, and I don't have the number in front of me, but at some point I can tell you how many receive that. But most of those will get at least 50% of their special education allocation. So, and that's a pretty big deal. Then there's also an adjustment for debt service for those that have a debt service, an approved state subsidy for debt service. If you fit the criteria, then you also might get a little additional funding towards that debt service. And that actually is, most of these adjustments are based on the entire district, but the debt service one is based on individual town eligibility, even within a combined district. So for instance, there are a couple of towns within 5, I think it's not 5-town CSD. I can't think of who it is right now, but there are a couple of towns within a combined district that do receive an adjustment to their required contribution. It goes down because of the debt service adjustment. And then, of course, one of the bigger ones also is the minimum economically disadvantaged student adjustment. So this one has a bit of a caveat with it. You have to be eligible for at least one of the other adjustments here. And also your percentage of economic disadvantaged from section 2, remember that percentage we talked about? I think Westbrook was 60-something%, has to be higher than the state average. So there are some districts that received this adjustment last year, but their disadvantaged percentage fell below the average. And so they're not receiving it this year, or vice versa. You know, there are years that they might not get it and then they do, but it's all based on that average. And the average disadvantaged for the state did go up this year to 46.4% from 44.3. So we were at 44% in FY21. We're at 46% in FY22 for the state average. So if a district, their percentage is below that, they would not qualify for this adjustment. And then the other adjustments that I mentioned that are local side only or some audit adjustments, an adjustment for unappropriated local contribution. We have 2 long-term drug treatment centers that we provide funding for. And of course, the CTE centers. Also, Education Service Center member allocation. A few years ago, Education Service Centers were started, and an allocation is provided to all districts that are members of an ESC. We also have what's called a minimum teacher salary adjustment this year and for the next 2 years, because the minimum salary has been pushed up from 30,000 to 40,000, and we are doing it incrementally over 3 years. In FY21, the requirement is 35,000, and FY22 it's 37,500, and then FY23 it's up to the 40,000. And the state is providing some funding to those that are below those minimums to try to assist districts in getting their salary scales up to the new minimum for 3 years. And then finally, there's the main care seat adjustment. And what that is main care seed is federally funded money, and main care seed requires that there is, or main care, I should say, main care funds require a seed portion paid locally. And a few years ago, the federal guidelines changed, so the state has to pay that up front. And then what we're doing here is recouping the money we've paid on each district's behalf from them through their subsidy. So that's what that adjustment is. Minimum receiver status, as I mentioned earlier, and hopefully this helps a little, when a district or a town's ability to pay is greater than their required local contribution, that's on section 4, they are considered a minimum receiver. Remember, please, that the EPS funding formula is used to equitably distribute funds to the areas that need them the most. So if their ability to pay is a little higher, they're going to get less funding from the state. As a result, if your district has a higher valuation, aka ability to pay, the EPS formula will provide less funds to you, so it can provide more funds to school units that do not have as great an ability to pay. Because remember, we only have so many dollars from the state that we can distribute. So we've got to find the most equitable way to do that possible. And again, as I mentioned earlier, I think the EPS formula does a pretty good job of it. Not perfect, but I think it does a pretty good job. Tyler, did you have anything else to add about the formula, or are there any questions about the formula? We've pretty much covered all of the aspects. I'm just going to give you a couple slides now that show information on how to access it, as well as other reports that are available if you're interested. So if there aren't any questions, I can't see everybody, so I'm going to assume silence is good. So if you want to know how to access your 279, it's a public report. You can access yours, you can access anyone's. This is detailed information how to do it. You can access all the reports online all the way back to 2014 as of right now, according on this page. And then if you really want to go back further than that, I can show you where to do that as well. But you can export these reports as a PDF. You can see how you're doing compared to other districts. You can look at all of your constituents' districts. It's really good information. Other resources, we have a funding page on the DOE website, the subsidy printouts I just mentioned, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, the law 606B, extremely exciting reading, very exciting. In fact, I was thinking of making it a storybook for my nieces and nephews, but we'll see. And then finally, please make sure you contact Tyler first. He loves that. Okay, so his name is at the top of the list. There are basically 3 of us on this team that run this formula: Tyler, myself, and Ida Batista, who couldn't be with us today. But so that we're it. So feel free to reach out if there are additional questions that we can be helpful with. And that, my friends, is my presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm seeing hands going up. So we have Representative Stearns, followed by Representative Crockett, followed by Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. Just very, very briefly, I wanted to thank the finance team from DOE. That great job today, and I'm sure that as committee members we'll have more questions for you later. But it's a complex topic, and I really thank what you did for us today.
And Representative Salisbury, Representative Crockett. I can't remember which one of you I said first. So whoever can get unmuted faster.
Already unmuted, so I'll jump in. So just to echo Representative Stern's comments, thank you so much. Paul, I want to let you know and confirm that you are very funny. So keep up the great work there. And I'm sure we're going to get a copy of this presentation.
Absolutely.
I definitely would love to have a copy. Thanks.
Representative Salisbury.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to say thank you for indulging me and continuing on using Westbrook as your example. I certainly appreciate that. I always joke that there's only 2 people that know how to do the EPS formula, and I didn't realize that there really were 2 people.
3.
Really
Technically, there's 3.
There's 3. So, and now I know their names, so I can add that into my thing, and I really appreciate that. And just in finishing up, I think it brings us back to a question that a lot of people have, that if the state really did contribute the full amount that they have said that they would, it would fit into that equation some more, and more money would be allocated to the school districts that probably really could use that. I know that's not your deal, but you know, it reminds us again, when you look at that percentage and you get down to the end of that and see those numbers, you can see where that really would be really beneficial. Thank you very much again. And you are really funny, Paul. Really appreciate it.
Representative Dodge.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I would echo the humor. Humor is so wonderful, lowers our blood pressure, helps us understand more. So thank you. My question has to do with the minimum teacher salary incremental adoption, and whether or not local school districts are using that to be rewarded by holding their salaries at a lower rate, or whether we address that in statute successfully so that that wouldn't happen as it did before when that was instituted. Thank you.
I'll take that one if you don't mind. So yes, Representative Dodge, you all did adjust that in statute by saying that we're in the first year of the adjustment right now. So we looked at the differential between where school units are now to the base salary, the 35. So in this next year, we will only be providing support for the difference between the 35, where statute says you need to be, and the next step, the 37.5. So I think you got that one.
Any other questions? Looking out at a lot of tired Zoom faces. Going once, going twice. Well, I want to echo everyone else's sentiments. This has been wildly helpful, and thank you for sharing your time and your expertise with all of us. And I'm sure this is just the beginning. I particularly like the idea of having folks come back because we really dig into, you know, the CT and special education sections as well. So thank you. Representative Brennan, did you want to add anything before we wrap up?
But I actually was on the education committee in 2003, 2004 when we wrote EPS and then passed it in 2005, 2006. And there's a whole political dimension to EPS that Joanne and Paula and Tyler could not address in this presentation that I would be more than happy to talk about at some other point. And that political dimension would allow you to understand some other parts of EPS that may appear a little confusing at this point. But I won't do that now.
Thank you, Representative Brennan, for the historical perspective. And also, Mr. Grissler will be getting us the Pikett's report that Representative Millett and I mentioned, which I think is a really good, helpful sort of overview from someone sort of outside of it, looking at the equity and the function of the formula. So, well, thank you all for your time today. Representative Millett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would love to mention to the committee that the PICUS report was a multi-year process. It went over, I think, 3 years. First it took PICUS a year plus to perform the analysis, and there was a committee that followed the work of the PICUS report efforts. Then there was a stakeholder committee that then convened to discuss the PICUS report and whether or how for the legislature to take action based on the findings of the PICUS report. So I will cut to the chase. There were lots of things that folks thought were of great value in that report, but net, the message was loud and clear from most, if not all, stakeholders that there should be no new changes, additions, subtractions to the formula until the state meets the statutory requirement of 55%. And as you know, we are still working our way towards 55%. And I'm sure Senator Daughtry will be as willing to talk with any of you as I am about that process and what it entailed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Of course. It was a long process, but an important one. And actually, I was trying to check with Representative Millette, but if there's a chance we could get for the committee members part of the report back, I couldn't remember the actual, it wasn't a subcommittee. We were technically a standing commission, right, Representative Millette, that was reviewing PICUS? Makes me feel better that you had the same reaction too.
Yeah, I know Ms. Rizzler's all over that, and she'll have whatever we need. And I do keep every single email I ever receive, but it is in my old Senate email address, so I'm going to have to go searching. But I'm sure we can make all of that information available.
Yeah, I have it printed out, but I put it in my box of house stuff, so I have to find it in the basement. I was going to say, Ms. Rissler, did you want to add anything?
Yes, so I just wanted to let you know, so we just created a sub page on that committee materials page, which the link is in the chat, specifically for funding, school funding formula reports and presentations. PICUS report is up there. There's a link to the page of MEPRI reports that includes some EPS. And as I get this presentation and as I start to pull some other older reports, I'll make sure they all get up on that page so you have it in one spot.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So committee, I think you have your homework for the evening. Representative Roach?
Just on a totally different note, just because I think I'm the furthest south, it is snowing in Wells, so it has stopped.
Nothing here yet in Brunswick.
Not yet in Portland.
I just saw the most recent update and it said 9 to 17 inches in Brunswick.
Whoa.
Representative
I think of greatest concern to me is the hurricane force wind gusts.
Yeah.
And once again, and now seemingly monthly potential loss of power.
Yep. Everyone get their fridge ready. Representative
74 degrees and sunny in Guilford. But I'm on some pretty heavy medication. So
I was going to say that must be South Guilford.
Representative Crockett.
Yes. Well, I was noting that Representative Millette just held up that purple book.
Yep.
Which I went to my mailbox yesterday, and that was in it. Is that the PICUS report?
No. Welcome to your Education Committee Bible.
So how much time do we have before we have to read that?
You haven't read it yet?
Yes.
Wednesday.
And then a parting note for Representative Salisbury. I hope she is filming her presentation to the Westbrook School Board with respect to this EPS formula, because I could really use that.
Oh, I'm so excited. I'm going to draw this up and be like, wait till you see this, people. As we get ready to start our budget talks. I don't understand it now, but I can show you some cool slides.
Great. I just want to say, Representative Crockett, on the Purple Book of the 20A, it's a huge resource. It's great to be able to have it physically. Anytime anything comes up and we're trying to review where it actually is in law, you can flip through. It's a great publication. It's really, I mean, as far as statutes go, it's a lot easier to navigate than using the web portal. So everyone, please use these books to your advantage. They're a great resource. And thank you, Hillary, for making sure that we get the physical copies.
Yes, so they actually just went out to you on Friday, so I'm glad some of you have already received them. If anyone has not yet received them or doesn't receive them in the next day or two, please just send me an email and we'll try to figure out what happened. And for those who are new to this committee, what I will often try to do on a bill analysis is include the page numbers so that you can go find it relatively easily. And I'll try to make sure, especially this session, that I do that.
Total shout out to the post office. I got it the next day.
Yeah, me too.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, do we have any other questions before we break for the day? Not seeing any hands. Oh, Representative Dutt, I can't tell if that's a question or a time.
Sorry, I muted myself, which I'm sure you guys, by the end of our time together, it's like, mute that woman. I'm just, I'm asking to just confirm Wednesday morning at 10.
10 a.m. Yes.
Thank you.
That concludes our work for the day. We'll be back here Wednesday at 10 a.m. Everyone, stay safe, enjoy the snowstorm, and hopefully we don't all lose power. And also, if you're a new member and you've not signed up for the legislative emergency notification system, make sure you are signed up in case there is a snow day tomorrow. It's the quickest way to get the information, the cancellation notice. So I think that's a wrap. I was going to say, I know Representative Brennan and Hillary and I need to check in. So Sam, is it possible to do a new?
Representative Stearns and Senator Whitson.
And Senator Whitson.
Yep, I can send out a new link.
Perfect.
Okay.
So yeah, thank you everybody. And Paul and Dave, if you'll just check your email and we'll jump on that other link next. So with that, I was going to say.
So Sam, you're sending us a separate email?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
My gaveling for the end of the day.
And that is so Monty Python. That's Monty Python.
I didn't notice that we had the Brunswick mascot behind me until about half an hour ago. So it makes it even more so.